both look lonely over there. You both look lonely over there. So. I think it's just because you're at the front. Yeah. Take your time. I think we can see who the popular table is down there. Here. Yeah. Yeah. But then you get picked on when you're at the back, because we know that's the naughty ones. Okay, welcome everybody. Can everybody hear me okay? And I'll ask this every time. Can everybody understand my accent? All good? I've got some thumbs up there. Cool. Okay, so before we start our Arafmi Carer Forum for 2022, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land in which we gather here today. So it's the Turrbal, Yuggera and Jaggera people, and pay respects to elders past, present and emerging. So welcome everybody. My name's Irene Cleland. I'm the CEO of Arafmi, and I think I've maybe told this joke before. Please just humour me if I don't, but CEO, sometimes not sure what that stands for, and certainly this year it's been CEO, what are we going to do? So we've got through a pretty tough year of COVID and feel like we've come out the other end flourishing. So it's really nice to see everybody here and that we've not had to stop the event for any COVID or other reasons. So I'm just going to take you through some housekeeping. You do have your agendas on the table, so I'm not going to go through that in detail, but I'll just do a little bit of housekeeping now, and then we'll get started with the event. So bathrooms are located just at the end of the stage there, or if you go out to the back and down the stairs, there's some wonderful bathrooms there with some nice chaise lounges if you need to take some time out. For smokers or vapors, please use the ramp at the end of the terrace, and there's a cylindrical disposal unit. There's a bin located at the top of the ramp you can use for your stubs there. But there is no smoking or vaping anywhere in the building. In case of a fire or emergency, there's a verbal alarm. The function staff will direct everyone out to the main terrace doors and into the front car park, or alternatively through the entrance foyer. So we'll follow the staff out there. If anybody requires a taxi, there's a priority taxi phone in the foyer next to the stairs, but I'm hoping nobody's going to leave before time out. If we're scaring anybody or doing anything that makes you want to flee quickly, then please let us know and we'll change our tone. Some other housekeeping. So this year, 2022 is Arafmi's 45th anniversary, which is quite a staggering achievement for such a humble beginnings as a small grassroots not-for-profit organisation with some of our founders here today. So we're going to spend today celebrating that and talking a little bit about what Arafmi's done, and we've got some various wonderful guests to talk through where we're at the moment and what's happening in the mental health space. As usual with all of our events, we've got the wonderful Mobile Healing Hands massage team. So they're out there, if you want to give us a wave if you can hear us. So you can register for the massage if you register at the registration table where you first came in. Any of our wonderful team in the white with the lanyards. Can I see some of our Arafmi staff? Can you just give everybody a wave? So the wonderful Free up the back, and Benoit is there, Julie's up the back as well. And we've got all of our staff around. If you need any help with anything, just ask. Most of them will have these on and white t-shirts. But if you want to register for massage, that includes you, Ivan. If you're about to have a stressful day, you're welcome to go and check in for one. But the massage people will not be coming in to grab you this time to let you know when your session is. So just keep an eye on the time yourself and take time out when you need it. whilst we're going through today, you'll see some Arafmi artefacts and things of interest. So up on the table on my left-hand side, we've got the wonderful Free, if you can give another wave. Thank you. So we've got some really interesting archives and old newsletters, reasonably new newsletters, bunch of photos. So lots of things that have helped us with our journey through the last 45 years. So if you're interested, please go and have a look. And there are a few people in the room that you'll hear from who'd probably be able to give you some stories in some of those photographs. Last but not least, there is a lucky door prize at the end. So we're going to pull a raffle at 2:45. So make sure you stay at least till then. Although afternoon tea is wonderful, so stay till after that. We've got some wonderful gifts that I'll talk through there, but I'm really, really excited about the gifts this year. And we do have some stall holders who've provided the gifts for us, so I'll let you have a look around those later on. Last thing of housekeeping, so anybody who put some dietary requirements in when they registered, your dietary special food will be at the end of the table, and it will be written on it what it is. So if you need gluten-free, it will say gluten-free. The food that has gluten in it does say that it has gluten in it. If you're in any doubt, come and ask one of the team and we'll help direct you. We don't want any problems today with anybody having upset tummies or anything else. So that's all of the housekeeping done. So first up, I'd like to introduce you to Ivan Frakovic. So he's Mental Health Commissioner for Queensland Mental Health Commission, always a very popular speaker at these events. Ivan's going to speak for 10 minutes, and I'll let you do your own introductions from there. Thank you.
Can you hear me? It's good? Thank you. Look, can I also start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land that we meet and pay my respect to elders past, present and emerging. I'd also like to, at the outset, acknowledge a range of people because I think this particular event, I can say that I've been involved with since the very first one. And it's great to see the continuation of this event and lots of people behind the scenes who are doing some phenomenal work to make sure that annually we have this Carers Forum to enable carers and families to have a say. Can I particularly acknowledge Irene, the CEO of Arafmi, for the great work that she does, and it's great to work with you and your staff and your team. I think it's phenomenal to have some of the leadership and people in your organisation, such as Irene, to really make sure that the voice of people who are carers and family members is at the table when decisions are made. Can I also acknowledge Professor John Allen, who I see is just walking into the room with his tea, from Queensland Health, Mental Health and Alcohol and Other Drugs branch. Can I also acknowledge Cindy Heddle, who's our National Consumer and Carer Forum rep. She's the carer rep on that, so great to have you here. And also some of the things that will certainly come through this will also enable her to take it at the national level. Can I particularly thank the Arafmi Care Advisory Board, but also some of the people that I have known here for years, particularly someone like Elsa, who I was privileged. It was a privilege for me to be able to give her an award last year in terms of the lifelong commitment and work that she's done in terms of Arafmi, but also carers and family members. I'd also like to acknowledge Marge, who's also had major contribution, Cliff, but also Robert Bland. I haven't seen him yet, but he's certainly been one of those that's been around this space and really supporting the sort of carers movement for a long time. So thank you, everybody, and thank you for organising. But most of all, can I say that I want to thank you as families and carers who are here today. It's critical that, the people that we've got here in the room, but also online, it's critical that we continue to engage families and carers in the reform process of mental health, drug and alcohol, and suicide prevention. You play a critical role. And thank you for everything that you do every day. Everything that you do every day in, your caring role. And I don't need to, every year I talk about this, but, the million carers that we have just about in mental health who provide phenomenal support for people living with mental health, drug and alcohol problems or suicidal ideation. You are critical to the system. I don't need to keep saying that. I think we're starting to recognise it more in a systems way rather than someone like me as the Commissioner continuing to say it, but I do advocate in that vein as well. For a long time, and when I talk to families and carers, the biggest message I get is that people feel that they're the invisible workforce. And so we need to give visibility to the work that you do. And we need to give you a platform where you can have your say about what it's like to be a carer, what's working for you, but also what needs to change to improve your life and the life of the loved ones that you actually care for. There is enough evidence to suggest that in actual fact, treatment outcomes are always better where you've got families and carers involved in that process. And I think that's one of the sort of challenges we have. The systems, and not just the public system, but systems across the board, public, private, NGO, still need to do better to ensure that families and carers are part of the treatment, intervention, and therapy services that we do provide. We're also starting to see more recently there is a difference between, there are commonalities, but there is also a difference between caring for someone who has a physical, intellectual, cognitive impairment versus someone who has particularly one of the more chronic, severe mental illnesses. There is overlap, but there is also a major difference. And I think apart from providing some of the personal support stuff that we talk about, it is also the psychological, the psychosocial support that you provide, which is critical to people living with mental illness. The other bit that I keep hearing all the time, and I think we've got to tackle this and we've got to continue to sort of work at this, is around the level of isolation that carers feel. That comes through fairly strongly in a lot of national reports, commissions of inquiry, etc., etc. It is a tough, tough gig, and I fully appreciate and understand the tough gig that you have and how isolation can impact both on you but also on your caring role. And we've got to make sure that we do our best, both as a system but also as a society and as a community, that our carers and families who are providing such vital care and support don't feel isolated. But also, and I'm sure that John will talk a bit about this, but we also got to make sure that you have access to the supports and services that you need, but also that you have access to quality supports for the people that you care for. Because if you feel comfortable that the care and support that your loved one that you're caring for is actual fact getting high quality care, they're actually progressing in their life, they're progressing in their recovery, then that also helps you psychologically in terms of your caring role. And certainly some of the stuff that I'm sure John will talk about from the budget will certainly help to further enhance the supports that your loved one will be able to get in Queensland over the next 4 or 5 years. We also more recently have really become aware that carers also have different subsets. And can I tell you, there are some groups even in the family and carer space who feel that they're even less visible. And we've got to think about those carers, so particularly children as carers or young people as carers. I think we've got to think about how do we better engage them and support them. We've also got to think about our First Nations people and their caring and kinship roles and family roles, etc. We've got to think about people from culturally and linguistically diverse background, which obviously have a fairly strong cultural norm which they brought with them from whichever part of the world they've come in terms of their caring role, but also our LGBTIQ community and the caring function within that. So I think there's quite a lot that we need to do. Can I say that, and I'll try and finish on this, lots has happened. I know Irene mentioned, look, we've had a tough 3 years. 2 years of COVID, major impact. A lot of the reform and a lot of the sort of work that we started really got put on the side shelf because we were dealing with actually COVID. And even during COVID, I have to say, we had good traction with government, etc., to be able to put mental health on the agenda. And can I say, we were the only community, only state and only government that in actual fact, as part of the economic recovery plan included mental health. The government clearly recognised you can't have economic recovery without human and social recovery. And within the human and social recovery domain, mental health is a critical aspect. So I think we've done well. But it certainly has, I think, stifled some of the reform. But what we did see during COVID was a whole range of different ways of operating, which proved that we can change. And I don't want to keep using the word we can pivot, but we pivoted really quickly. And we're able to provide services in different ways to people. And I'm just wondering why we can't continue that. And why are we pivoting slowly back? And I think that's the key to some of this stuff. So we've learned a lot. And COVID, to give it some credit, I don't think it actually deserves credit, but to give it some credit, it started a community conversation around mental health much greater than I've ever seen before. There is a lot more recognition around the impact of things like COVID, natural disasters, and things like that on mental health, which has been a phenomenal move in community attitude and also tackle some of the elements of stigma and a whole range of things. In the last 12 months, I suppose, post-COVID in some way, or we're still sort of living with COVID, we had a parliamentary inquiry. The government heard some of the challenges that people like families and carers and consumers and others were experiencing and thought this was an opportunity to really have a look at the system and see what we can do differently. And you can all have a copy of the Parliamentary Inquiry report. It's a riveting reading, so if you want to take it to bed when you're bored, it's a good read, puts you to sleep, but I'll give you some of the sort of key highlights. It is a good report in many ways. It focuses on certain aspects of our system. It took about 5 months. There was 164 submissions, including from Arafmi and Carers Queensland and a whole range of players. Again, putting on the table the views of carers, families and kin. We also saw 240 witness statements, and similarly Arafmi was there and a whole range of other players. So you put your views on the table to be part of that. And then we saw 57 recommendations come out in the final report, and you can read those. But what sort of came out was that carers are often underappreciated and underpaid. Carers can suffer mental distress and physical strain from their roles. This is what came out. And that integrating responses that take into account psychosocial support of carers is vital. So yes, we're focusing on the person that needs the care, but at the same time, you've got to integrate and really have a clear focus. How do you support the families and carers? The inquiry made 2 recommendations which are specific to families and carers. One was really around to investigate and implement strategies to better involve families, carers, and support people in the mental health care and treatment of individuals. So greater involvement, as I said earlier. Clinical outcomes are difficult to achieve unless you have really great support from families and carers. And the other one was to engage with families and carers and support people when developing mental health, particularly at the regional level, regional plans. Clearly there is a view about carers, particularly at that regional level, need to be much more involved. And look, the government's response to all of that has been phenomenal. It's been unprecedented. We've never had this. We got $1.64 billion over 5 years. $1.46 billion, not million, billion dollars. The government values mental health, suicide prevention, and alcohol and other drugs, that in actual fact it introduced a levy. It introduced a levy to be able to pay for that. It's $1.64 billion that, I've been in the game for nearly 30 years. I've never seen that sort of investment in mental health, drug and alcohol, suicide prevention. And John will give you a bit of an update about what's potentially going to occur as a result of that. Not only did the government give the dollars, but they also last week only released 2 very important plans about how they're going to do this, both in terms of Better Care Together, which I'm sure John will give you more details, is about how do we enhance our public system and ensure that we fund the non-government sector, both in mental health and drug and alcohol. But it also released Achieving Balance, which was really about focusing on drug and alcohol and how can we do things differently. In the main, the plan really shifts in the drug and alcohol space, a move to diversion. If your loved one, my loved one, has an addiction, they're not a criminal, they don't manufacture, traffic or supply, but they have an addiction. Let's get them into good support health services rather than into the criminal justice system. Let's get those people to get the support they need, which will then help you as families and carers. That's the biggest shift. That's the biggest shift. And if we can achieve that, now that the government signed off the policy environment and we've got the authorised environment to actually do that, that's what needs to happen. So I think there's some of the things which are really important. And can I just finish by saying Mental Health Week and Carers Week do link. And I know that this year it's about, responding to sort of carers' needs, etc. But if you link Mental Health Week theme to this, it's about connection, belonging and awareness. And I think for us as families and carers, connection, belonging and awareness are critical. And we could talk for days about that. Because I think unless we have some of that in our society, in our system, it's going to be hard for all of us. And can I finish just by, again, congratulating Arafmi for 45 years, from a very small, humble organisation to a phenomenally important part of the mental health architecture in Queensland. Can I also just thank you for the work that you do every day? That's a remarkable, remarkable achievement, and I think you should all be proud of that. And we from the Commission, as we have this year, we will continue to support carers coming together, carers with Arafmi, carers coming together to be able to have a say, particularly to share information, to learn and all that stuff, but also to hear from you what's working, what's not working, what do we need to continue to reform and change. So thank you very much. And also, just as a bit of a note, we are holding what we have our annual Leading Reform Summit, and I said to Irene, etc., we will make special provisions to ensure that we get a good representation of families and carers at this year's Leading Reform. That's when you're in the room with clinicians, leaders in our room, policy makers, people with lived experience, drug and alcohol, mental health, suicide prevention. I'd like to see a fairly strong representation to ensure that your views, because you are leaders in your way, everybody's a leader. So I open that invitation to you particularly. We have sort of limited it because it just fills up fairly quickly, but we certainly want to see much more carer representation. Thank you and enjoy the day.
Thank you, Ivan. And I should have said at the start, Queensland Mental Health Commission have very generously sponsored this event, so thank you for your ongoing support, and to some of the Commission team who always are incredibly warm and welcoming. Ivan, I just want to touch, it's sometimes challenging for people in your position, high level, to have some genuine connections with people, and I found since I've been engaged with you in the sector, which has been quite a while now, you've always just held a very gentle space, and it's been a privilege to be able to have frank conversations with you in a safe space without having to use political speak, so we can come and talk about carers or other services and just be able to be frank and honest about things. And I think your genuine commitment to making sure families and carers are at the forefront of what we're doing, in particular with the new Shifting Minds, it's phenomenal. So I just want to thank you on behalf of everybody for that. I'd like to now welcome up another very popular presenter for our Carers Forum, John Allen from Queensland Mental Health, Alcohol and Other Drug Branch. John, you've got about 10 minutes to talk through what you need, but given all of the important information that you might have, I'm going to let you squeeze in another couple of minutes if you need, because I think there's probably a lot to talk about. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. And Ivan's probably given most of my speech, so I'll just talk about some other things. But look, let me start. I acknowledge traditional owners of the land upon which we meet today and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. But always when I do that, I go on to recognise people with lived experience of mental illness, drug and alcohol issues and suicide issues, but particularly their families and carers, because without what you do, we wouldn't do anything that we could do. And I was just reflecting on the 45 years of Arafmi. 45 years ago, I was over in that building on the hill there with the little dome, looking down a microscope at pathology slides. And 5 years later, I started as a psychiatry trainee. And then a few years on that, I was actually put in charge of things in a place called Townswich. I've probably talked about this experience before, but the formative years of reform that I had were based on experiences that I had with carers, with families, who actually took away some of the rubbish I'd learned at medical school and taught me about things that I actually needed to know. And I've probably spoken about the time the minister walked in with the carers and shocked the bureaucrats that they were actually going to be at the meeting to plan something. And it made a real difference to my life. And it was at that time, you know, that mental health psychiatry has been through a lot of phases, institutional care, coming out into the community, and it's always been the carers that have been the constant thing. And often people thank you for what you do when someone is unwell, and I'll come to that in a second. But also I think that the role that families actually play in preventing illness and actually helping us to avoid those terrible situations is just as important as what happens when things go wrong as well. And just to take Ivan's point, Mind Australia commissioned a study on the value of carers, and they came up with a figure of $13.2 billion in the mental health caring space in 2017. The Productivity Commission revised that a couple of years ago to $15.3 billion. And when you take that, Queensland's 20% of Australia, that's $3 billion a year. $3 billion a year. So when we start to talk about the budgets and so on, just keep that in mind about the contribution that's being made. So, you know, but without that, that wouldn't happen. So I'm going to talk a bit about the plan and the money and so on. And I've just been asked to kind of remind you of the wonders of the Queensland government, why we're so good for you as well, all the things that we do apparently. Carer Respite, the 24-hour carer peer support line, one-on-one carer coaching, including counselling, carer peer groups, care education, skills development, suicide postvention, mental health care events such as today, and then policy representation. So those are the things that we always kind of keep in mind and do and build on. But of course, things have actually changed a little bit with the new plan and the government and the inquiry. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about that. And I'm going to just mention that. I'm not going to use slides today to talk too much about that. But as Ivan has said, that pressure has built for us during COVID. We actually want a place to reform in a certain way. And then COVID has probably changed a lot of the ways that we think about things and a lot of the ways that we view that. But one thing that hasn't changed has been our need to actually have human contact in mental health and mental health care. And I hope that this plan will do some of that. So as Ivan said, the state budget earlier this year, $1.645 billion over 5 years. And that's to fund this thing, as Ivan said, Better Care Together, which is up there. And I'm going to just talk a bit about that. Of course, it's also to fund, as Ivan has pointed out, achieving balance, to get some changes, not just in the treatment system, but in the system outside that. Because one of the things that the parliamentary inquiry did was said that it's not just the treatment system we need to do something about, it's the support systems around. And so some of the money is actually to support recommendations in that select committee, which are outside of health, like housing, youth justice, education and so on. So we're working with partners to do that. And there'll be a more detailed implementation plan of that coming up in November. And hopefully we'll go back to looking at, Ivan's going to have some tasks to look at stigma and to look at mental health and well-being, and to try to build up some of those community supports and views and that early intervention that we'd actually lost over the years. All that pressure on services, we've actually lost some of that work, and it's going to be really exciting, I think, to involve people in doing that, around that. So just to point out the value of Arafmi. Last year, when I was here, we were doing consultations around the plan, probably the year before that as well because of COVID. But we actually asked Arafmi to go out and do some consultation for us about what should be in the plan, what should happen. And you went out and you did that consultation and you came back, and that's been really useful because those key themes are actually reflected there. And I've sent to Leanne a kind of very long summary of all the things that your feedback actually turned into in the plan. You can distribute that, I won't go into that, but just to give you the highlights of that. So obviously the issue was around more lived experience workforce, and I'll kind of come to that diagram in a minute. So these are the things that you said. A more lived experience, more peer workforce across the services, embedding a locally sustainable lived experience peer support, that means lived experience and carer support, more beds and community-based treatments, to boost the psychosocial programs that support recovery, and the newly intervention programs in mental health, adult mental health. So we've actually gone into partnership with the federal government. We actually stopped fighting, and we're doing the Head to Health centres, which are about a space between the GP and the mental health services for adults to go. We're going to do some child-head health centres about earlier intervention for kids with complex problems, the 0 to 11, some more supports for headspace and so on, and a lot more work in the post-vention area of suicide. So a lot of that, trying to get that places to happen before you have to get to hospital, to try and do more of that. You also asked for more crisis support spaces, and I'm going to talk about that, offering lived experience and a peer workforce and clinical support in a home-like setting. So we've been doing that with the help of the Commission and others. And then to enhance drug and alcohol treatment services as well, which we're doing 3 new residential services around that. And of course, something about the workforce. So that's there. I mean, not surprisingly, of course, as I've just said, you also gave a lot of feedback about what you couldn't get, about when you couldn't be heard. And I think that we have to use this plan as that opportunity to do something more about that. I've got in my notes some things here that say in the Mental Health Act you have a right to be heard. I have some things that say our information system do allow release of information in certain circumstances and so on. But what we have to actually do in this plan is to get more on top of that, to get a better partnership with what we're doing. So this is the little pretty picture diagram. Oh no, can we go back one? The pretty picture? The pretty picture? That one. Yeah, that one. Okay? So that's in the plan and that's readily available. I've got the website on the next page for you, so don't bother to try and write it down. But there are 4 things that we're saying are very much a part of how it works. I can't read from that far, so I have to look on the things. But one is about co-design. So it's a real commitment to co-design. We learnt from the response to the Barrett inquiry that co-design, in the way that I used to think of co-design, which I've talked about in my days in Townsville to you, actually worked and really worked to get a great outcome for that work. And so that co-design, where people with lived experience, carers, families, are part of that planning and work is really part of it. Working together, so obviously the notion of partnerships and that, finally burying the hatchet around state and federal relationships and making that really work, and also working with the NGOs, but also then everybody committing to that, as Ivan said, that recommendation about planning, to get that lived experience at that regional planning level. And we're working very hard with the PHNs to get that together. We've got a meeting to actually talk about our joint implementation plan tomorrow, to get some of that work kicked off and starting on those adult health centres and so on that I was talking about. So that's been going really well. Effective governance, and that means having the voice of lived experience in governance at all those levels, not just being consulted, but being part of what happens. And then obviously having, dedicated funding and an evidence-based way of doing that. So this plan has a lot of detail in it. I'm not going to get all the detail. You can have a look online. And then the details of the funding will actually go. But these are the 6 areas that I just want to say something about the 6 things, because they're really important in the way we have to approach reform and approach the plan. Okay? The first one is around strengthening capacity, and that's a buzz phrase for investment. We actually need more beds here, more workers there, new teams here. Develop a different model of service here, and so on. So that's about those kinds of investment. And that's where a lot of that money, $1.45 billion, is going into those kinds of things, all right? And that's because we have gaps. We've used planning framework to show how big the gaps are. Secondly, though, we actually have recognised that the health system for a number of years has been driven by crisis. I'm sure you're all aware of that you go there, things are in crisis. And we've discovered that some of our community resources have actually been channeled back into that crisis situation. So people are not getting, we haven't got as many people in ongoing care as we used to have, because a lot of resources churn through in crisis. And people don't want to end up in emergency departments. They want to have alternatives to that. So we're looking at emergency care centres, we're looking at the safe spaces, we're looking at alternatives to care, hospital and home and so on through this. And there'll be a very large investment in trying to make that crisis work, because unless the crisis system actually works and people can flow through, the whole system gets blocked up, you can't get a bed, it has a terrible follow-on. The other one, of course, is the deal for First Nations people. We have to reorient around that, but not just for First Nations people. And so we're looking to work with the community-controlled sector to get a better involvement, because one of the things is that you can refer people, you can ask them to get treatment, but actually involving people is another matter, and I'm sure you know about that. But these next 3 are really important as change agents for what's going to happen. One is around strengthening the quality and improving the outcomes. You can't just spend money on the same stuff we've been doing. We have to actually change the models of service. We have to actually get our workers working at the best levels of practice, and we have to actually getting the best levels of advice. And that advice comes out of the digital information strategy, the information we've got, but also from those people who are around the person with lived experience, who can actually help and guide what the care is. So we put money aside to think about how we change the nature of practice, how we actually encourage a shift towards a more inclusive, more community-oriented, more joined-up system. So that's part of it. Fifthly, you'll know that there's a crisis in health care. There's a crisis in workforce. The pandemic stopped the importation of health workers to a great extent, and that exposed the flaws in the training system. We need to actually go out and train more and grow more. So there'll be scholarships for people with lived experience to actually take up a peer workforce position, to try and actually get people in that lived experience workforce area. Scholarships for people, Indigenous people, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to take up those support services. And going back to the universities and trying to change the way that happens. There's been a national mental health workforce strategy. Hasn't been published yet. It's going to be part of a national health workforce strategy by the look of it. But there are guidelines and blueprints in there for a national approach to this. We hope to deal with the federal government on that. And Queensland Health has been holding workforce summits, trying to just work out how to change things. 1 minute. And then delivering the digital capacity. So all that information you give doesn't go into a black box. We actually turn it into information, but particularly about developing a portal so people can get their information for themselves and give their own assessments for themselves around that. So there's lots of opportunities to become involved, lots of things that are really important under that implementation. Once we see that detailed implementation plan, we'll be putting out the structure of how people are involved and what people will be doing. We've got about 50 different initiatives. They'll all have their own little guidance. They'll all need lived experience to guide the programs. And then we'll have some overarching governance as well that will involve people. And I've got more notes, but I'm not going to go to those because I've been told to stop, so I will stop. But it's a good future, but it is a challenging future, as Ivan would say. We have the opportunity for change. We have investment. And the point I wanted to make about that stuff was that 80% of the effort's got to go in those last three about practice change, not about the money, right? All that effort's got to go into changing what we do, not just about the money. And, oh no, lost it. You'll distribute the website where the stuff is. Okay, I'll stop. Get rid of me.
Thank you, John. I'm always pleased to see you come back to the event. I think you're always really welcome, and the carers and families always give you some challenging questions, and I think you handle them with grace. And it's really pleased to see you back. And I do want to thank the Mental Health, Alcohol and Other Drug Branch for our continued funding and our increase in resources, which I'll talk about a little bit later on this afternoon. How's everybody doing energy-wise? Good? All right, let's do a scale from 1 being, I'm so tired, traffic was rubbish, and I could do with a nap right now. So that's 1. And 10 being, I am so energised, I've had 10 cups of coffee, and I'm going to whiz round the room if I don't get a chance to do exercise soon. Who's at a 1? Okay, some people up the back. 2. Okay, 3. No one on a 3, that's good. 4. 5. That's not bad, that's middle. We'll get there, Robert. 6. 7. Ooh. Well done, the commission team in Scott. Well done. 8. 9. Oh, some really energetic people there. And 10. Oh, go team, go Arafmi team. Well done. Okay. So let's see if we can try and, for those of you 5 and below, if we can try and lift your energy. So at the morning tea, which we'll have in about 35 minutes, could the people who were 5 plus go and find somebody from 5 and under and give them a tip on how you keep your energy levels up before lunch? Do you reckon you could do that challenge? So 5 and a plus, go and find somebody who was 5 or below and give them a tip for how to raise their energy. Okay, so the next session is the celebration of 45 years, and I'm going to invite 4 really special people up to the stage. One's my boss, so I have to make sure he's very special, but could I invite Professor Robert Bland, Cliff Leong, Marge Bloor, and the wonderful Ailsa Whitehead, if you could come up to the stage, please. If you could give them all a wonderful round of applause. It's okay, I don't bite if you come and sit beside me. Okay. So what we're going to do is I'm going to introduce, or I'm going to let these four wonderful people introduce themselves and where their connection was to Arafmi. And then we're going to have a bit of a Q&A. Now, I've got some prepped questions, but if people have got questions, could you? Jen, are you the person to do the roving microphone? So if anybody's got any questions that they want to ask any of the panel members, once we've had a little bit of a chat, if you could see the wonderful Jen, and she'll get to you. Thanks, Jen. So I'll just start with the person closest to me, which is Professor Robert Bland. Robert, are you happy to introduce yourself, how you came to be a part of Arafmi, and then we'll go to Cliff, Marge, and then Ailsa. So just a couple of minutes of who you are and why you're here. 2 minutes, go.
Thanks very much, Irene. And Irene said I was her boss. I'm just on the board of Arafmi, so I'm not really her boss. But one of the things I enjoy about working with Irene is that I can't understand a word she says. And so I just kind of have to make up what I think she might say. And it's always wise, and she's always smart, and she's always lots of energy. I hope we get a photo of this team here. We have to make sure we've got it. That's great. I'm looking at my colleagues on the platform and realising Marge is a little bit later into the story, but we do go back 45 years, and it's hard to look at us and say, look, we don't actually look any older now than we did 45 years ago. It's quite extraordinary. It's been such a journey, a wonderful journey, and Arafmi's been a very big part of my life for those 45 years, part of the Arafmi family. I was involved from the very beginning with Arafmi when Ailsa and Gwen and other family members at the Stones Corner Clinic formed that group. And Margaret Lukes, who was involved in the formation of Arafmi in Sydney and gets all the credit for establishing Arafmi. In fact, she didn't establish Arafmi in Brisbane. We established ourselves quite independently and have a history almost as long as the Sydney group, which is no longer Arafmi in Sydney. So we've outlived them. I look back, and I'm just going to tell the story very quickly, to a very early conference that we had at Mount Tamborine on the Gold Coast hinterland. I think we might have been about 4 years in at that stage, and I was part of the organising team. I had 3 jobs at that conference. I drove the bus, I took the church service on the Sunday, and I chaired a session. And it was that kind of multi-skilling. We all chipped in and did whatever. There was no kind of one person being more important or more powerful. It was such a combined effort. And that kind of capacity for people to work together, to share their experiences, to encourage each other to get an outcome has been so much a part of Arafmi over the 45 years. It's been a terrific experience to be part of.
Thank you, Robert. And you became involved with Arafmi when you were, what, 6, 7? That's
right, I was a child.
Yep. No, thank you, Robert. Cliff, are you happy to introduce yourself and say a little bit?
I'm a little bit older than Bob, but I want to show you my T-shirt, which I specially selected for today. Can you read it? I worked with the New South Wales Health Commission in the 70s, and I was the personal assistant of Dr. Bill Barclay, who probably in the history of Australian psychiatry would be remembered to have built the first warless psychiatric asylum. And it was during 1975 when I was his personal assistant when we had a call from a group of people headed by Margaret Lukes to say they wanted to have a meeting, and they were the families and friends of the mentally ill. And I facilitated that first meeting in 1975. So that was my first contact with Arafmi. I later moved to Queensland and, of course, worked with Bob and met Elsa. And I forget the other lady's name. Gwen, of course, Gwen Alford. And that's my connection with Arafmi. And I think I'll leave it at that because there are other questions that you're going to ask me that will fill it in. But it has been a wonderful relationship, and I'm glad I'm still here.
Me too, Cliff, thank you. Marge, are you?
Is this working?
Yep.
Yes. I won't stand up. Thank you. My first connection with Arafmi was not as far back as these guys, but was in the days where the Courier Mail on a Saturday had jobs advertised. And I was searching through there one Saturday, feeling a bit restless, and saw this tiny little advert for a manager's position. And fortunately, I did get an interview, and it was a huge panel. I think everybody on the board was there, but on that day, they learnt a little bit about me, but I actually learnt an awful lot about them as individuals. They were all carers, and they each shared their story. I actually came away feeling a bit irrelevant in the process, but just that hint of what they actually did just spurred me on to want to hopefully get that position and work with them to achieve the kind of things that they were doing as volunteers. And I will say then it was a small organisation. I think we had three paid employees, including the position I was applying for. And so it's great to see, I'm probably getting onto another question here, but it's great to see that after 45 years, these guys are still here and all you people are still involved, and I think that that's a great achievement.
I don't think I need to introduce Elsa, but I'll do it anyway. So, wonderful Elsa Whitehead, who received a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Queensland Mental Health Commission last year. Elsa, are you happy to say a few words about who you are and your connection to Arafmi, if anybody in the room doesn't know?
When did I never not talk about myself? I went to the first meeting. I had never my husband, my late husband, had schizophrenia, and we didn't know anything about it in those days. There was no literature, you couldn't pick up a brochure. And I went to the Stones Corner Clinic, I found out about that, and I saw somebody there. He couldn't help me, he said, but he could refer me to this newly formed relatives discussion group. It didn't start as Arafmi, it started as a relatives discussion group. And I went along and I stood at the door. It took me a few minutes before I had the courage to walk in. And I walk in and I sat at that thing and I never uttered a word. And I went them, it was held every fortnight in those days. And I went each fortnight for a couple of months and I didn't say a word. So they were thinking there was nothing that I had to cope with anyhow. But I went home from that meeting, I listened to all the others, and I couldn't believe that here were people living in a similar situation to what I was. And I drove home on cloud nine. For the most important words I would ever hear was, I was not alone. And those words stick to right up till now. for Arafmi. So we had to learn ourselves. There was nobody to tell us anything about it. And we gradually learned it. And that's where I met Robert and Cliff, two young men. I was a lot younger then, as we all were. I don't know about looking the same, but I can believe anything now because I can't see. I lost my sight when I had a stroke, but everything else is working and my brain's working. And I've been with Arafmi all those years, and I'm not alone. I've got all friends.
Can I get this? We're on. Thanks, Ailsa. I really appreciate you sharing that. So we've got a couple of questions that have been pre-prepared, and Jen will just do a scout around the room. If anybody does want to ask the panel any questions, please just put your hand up. But I'll ask the first one. So, and happy for any of the panel or all of the panel to answer, but what are you most proud of? So your involvement with Arafmi, and I want you to come from a really personal perspective. What are you most proud of that you achieved when you've been involved with Arafmi? Thanks, Cliff.
Hello. My proudest achievement with Arafmi is when they awarded me a lifetime membership. And it was the second lifetime membership. Bob had the first. So that was my proudest achievement. But can I take a little time out to tell you what I think of Elsa? And I've dined out on this little anecdote for the last 2 years, Elsa. After Elsa had a stroke and lost most of her vision, I went to visit her. And she was doing very well. She had Braille on her microwave oven. And I asked her how she was going. And she said she had a visit by the department as to what kind of home help she needed. So I said, well, what kind of home help do you nominate? She said, I don't need much, but I did want someone to come in once a fortnight. I said, what for? She said, to clean my windows. And I thought, this is so typical of the Elsa Whitehead I know. She lost her vision, and all she wants is someone to come in to clean her windows.
Thank you, Cliff.
I think the thing that I'm very proud of is the way that Arafmi has thrived and prospered. And like, you know, the claim of the Indigenous people of this country, their greatest achievement is their survival. And I think that says a lot about Arafmi. We've survived, and we've survived because of the very, very hard work of people like Elsa. And I just want to say the names of other people who were very important in those early years. So that was Gwen Alford and Roy and Barbara Gregg and Laura Jones. People that were absolute stalwarts in the organisation, gave so much of themselves and inspired lots of other people to keep going.
Thanks, Robert.
There are so many things I think that Arafmi has achieved over the years that it's difficult to single out individual things. But I think some of the things I take pride in is when I first went to Arafmi, as I say, it was a group of volunteers who were doing great work, but it was a whole different world out there that you know, funding and new opportunities, and how they, as an organisation, how Arafmi as an organisation could move into that. And I think one of the, proudest achievements for me and the team I worked with was that we were able to develop and grow the organisation, but not lose track of who we were working with and who we were working for, and what the goals of that group of carers were, so that we did grow and we did develop, but carers were still part of the organisation, were still volunteering. And the way we grew and developed was in ways that actually still continued to meet the needs of the group that we were working for. And I think probably on a higher level, that's probably one of the things I'd be most proud of as an organisation, that I work with and achieve that.
Thanks, Marge.
So what I'm most proud of in my years with Arafmi is the fact that we started with nothing. We didn't have an office, a room. We had a room to meet that belonged to the government. We just had cardboard boxes under our beds for all the paperwork we had accumulated. But from that to see what Arafmi is today, that'd have to be one of my proudest moments. To think that I was in the little group that started this, and most of them have gone to heaven, but that I'm still ploughing through, and I still go to a meeting once a month. Not that I need it anymore, maybe I do, I need it for myself, but that I can be there for support for the other people. And I can hopefully, I can still be of some use.
Thanks, Elsa. And thanks, panel, for your humbling comments around that. And Robert's part of our board of directors, and we met last week to talk about the vision of Arafmi and how we move forward. And it's really reassuring to hear that the values that we talked about last week are exactly the same as the panel sitting here. You know, we can talk about increased funding or chucking money at things, but it's really about the value base and how we engage and deliver and push Arafmi forward, that it has to be about the people and who we connect with and what we do. So just to reassure, whatever we do next, we take the responsibility very seriously of upholding that value base of the strong connection that Arafmi has with carers and families. So I've got a bit of a tricky question now, or hopefully it's not too tricky, but what was the biggest challenge you faced? Was there anything that was an area where you just went, oh, that was really, really tough? Because I think we've had a couple of tough times over the past 3 years, and I'd like to hear some of your experiences.
It's hard to say about a challenge. I think life's a challenge. Life's a challenge to me now, but I'm hanging in there, and I don't know how much longer I've got, but all the years I've had with Arafmi, I think it was all a challenge, right from the beginning, to walk into that room, and I had never, ever spoken to anyone about what was going on at home, and to be faced with that it was going to be my turn to speak soon. And I managed that, and I can still manage that. I think with the backup we have, we can achieve almost anything. And that's probably that's probably all I can say about that.
Thanks, Elsa. And I'm really glad you took that first step into the room and waited and took the time to speak. No fighting. You've all got time to have a turn.
I can remember having a fight with the president once, and we were actually doing a band dance at the retreat, and we were actually both fighting over who was going to take the lead role, and we had quite a tussle, actually. I think the challenges that I faced as a leader in the organisation are very similar to what Ivan's saying today, and about how you remain relevant to the people that you're working for, but also how you include other groups, the First Nations people, the young carers. I think if we look at young carers, we would have had younger Arafmi mark 4 or 5, simply because you'd think they're an easy group to engage with, but you're constrained within an organisation about how flexible you can be. You know, we say we're flexible, but you can't meet everybody's needs. And trying to then provide support needs for a young group that are so diverse anyway. They've got diverse living arrangements, parental arrangements, families, time available, education. So I think those are the biggest challenges of how we still engage with other groups and work effectively and well with those groups.
Yeah, I agree.
And, you know, and that was a challenge for me during my time. And listening to Ivan, it's obviously still a challenge for the system of how that happens. But I hope people don't stop trying, because I think it's really important that we do that.
Thanks, Marta. I agree. Thank you.
I worked 40 years in public mental health, retired in 2005. My biggest challenge then, and still now, are my colleagues. My colleagues in accepting that families and friends are an integral part of the healing process. That's my colleagues, the professional staff, still do not treat families and friends as an integral part of the recovery team, of the healing team.
I just want to agree with everything that everybody said here. I think one of the things that I come back to is that Arafmi in those early days was very hungry, and people wanted change to happen. People wanted a different way of services being provided. People wanted their voice to be heard, and it's probably a good thing that Queensland Health didn't give Arafmi a lot of money early in those days and made an NGO out of it very quickly, because the organisation has stayed hungry. And as Cliff said so powerfully, I think the greatest challenge is the attitude of our professional colleagues who are still very reluctant to engage with families in the way that they really need to. It's amazing that we've had 30, 40 years of policy development, of expenditure in the mental health sector is so much higher than it was. And there's been a huge investment in the education and training of the mental health workforce. At the end of that time, many, many families, many, many individuals still experience the mental health services as a site of oppression, of a place where they don't get treated well and they don't get the services to which they're entitled. So I think the challenge for us is to keep the faith really and keep working really hard. I think there is something very special about the way in which health professionals and families, peer workers and others can interact with people in distress to make a change, to make a difference, to make people feel encouraged and supported. And we don't want to lose track of that, because in the end, it's not fantastic policy, it's not lots of money spent on resources, and it's not education and training. The experience of the interaction between individuals and the workers that they encounter has to be precious, has to be something that we take very seriously.
Thanks, Robert. But we are very grateful for the funding that we receive, and we will talk about that later on around systems advocacy and the support from the branch there. Thank you, panel. I've got one last question and then I'll put it out to the audience. Now, if we look into the future, and we're in whatever the time is when it's another 45 years, so what would you like to see Arafmi looking like in the next 45 years? Have you got a vision of where we're at?
fancy asking me another 45 years.
I'm fairly confident you'll be around, Ailsa.
Another 5, I'd be happy. Well, I'm happy now. I think that the people who come to Arafmi, who are in Arafmi now, and those who come in the future, can have trust in what has been done before them, that people hung in there and people did their best and they were honest about what they did. And I think that that would be what I would hope for the future, that it would continue like that.
I would hope that Arafmi is still Arafmi. There was a lot of discussion a few years ago about changing names, changing logos, all those kind of things. And I think there was a big push that we, from a solid group, that we still wanted to be Arafmi and we still wanted to support carers. And I'm looking at Robert to make sure that he's still thinking that way. But that's what my hope would be for the next 45 years, that Arafmi is still working closely with families and carers, and is relevant to what you guys need.
Thanks, Marge. Can I ask you a question about that? Because it's one that comes up, and if you give me the stare, I'll just go change something. But some of the comments that we've had from people looking to engage services and some of our national partners, so some of the older Arafmis from other states made a decision to move their name away from that because they didn't feel it was currently connected. Can you, and I'm keen on your opinion on that and how we stay relevant to the national, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is something that's going to go on for years. At a national level, that debate has gone on for many years. It was a debate over whether we wanted to be called Arafmi. No, it was called Arafmi National Council. And everybody said, well, who's that? Who knows what Arafmi is? What does it stand for? But for me, the name doesn't have to stand for anything. It's what you do that actually has meaning and what it stands for. You know, there's lots of made-up names, but they don't have to spell something out. It's about the work you do. One of the things we were talking about, and Cliff and I had this discussion a little while ago, is when did the relatives and friends drop and it become carers? And I know a few years ago there was a big debate at a national level over whether carers is the right word. You know, carers can imply that the other person is passive, and that's not the role we want. We want empowerment and that kind of thing. So is carers the right word? I don't think we're ever going to solve it,
No.
you know, because it's different people have different feelings about it. I'm not particularly happy with the word carer. I quite like supporter, because I think supporter is the other person has an active role in that.
Yeah.
But I don't know what organisation you have of mental health supporters. It doesn't quite sound the same. It sounds like you should be supporting Penrith or something like that. I don't know. But it'll take a wiser person than I am to solve that one.
No, thanks, Marge. And just to reassure you, we've got about 3 years' worth of marketing materials with Arafmi, so there definitely won't be a discussion about it anytime soon.
On a personal basis, I like Arafmi. I don't think it has to stand for anything as a word, what it stands for in the work it does. And I think that's the main thing.
Thank you. Thanks.
I think I'd like to quote from another area. A few years back, I read the best practice in the treatment and prevention of pigs, which is post-intensive care trauma or syndrome. And in their best practice guideline published a few years back, they said relatives, families should be considered part of the treatment team. Part of the treatment team. It should not be isolated from those who are in critical care. And I hope that this kind of change in language would continue into mental health. And language is really important for me, because for the last 10 years I've been involved with the Healing Foundation, working with First Nation people. And as I sit here, I can think of the Turrbal people escaping from the heat that they used to live on down in the exhibition ground. They used to come up here for two reasons: to escape from the heat and to escape from the settlers. And to me, the term healing is far more important, and they've already changed the term mental health or mental illness to social and emotional well-being. You know, I was a bit disappointed when I went to England some years back and to find out that I was only neurotypical. I wasn't normal, I was just neurotypical. So hopefully, Arafmi and families will become part of the treatment team and recognized as such.
Thanks, Cliff. Well said. Yep.
I'll say something a bit out of left field, because they've said all really good things. I mean, it's probably just, even as we kind of sit here today, there's somebody working in a laboratory somewhere that will develop a cure for some of the illnesses that put us in the places that we're sitting today. And if people could develop a cure for bipolar disorder, a cure for schizophrenia, a cure for major depression, not the kind of treatments that we've got at the moment, which, while they're helpful, they're still not as effective as we want them to be. So maybe that person who's working in the lab is going to make that big difference for us. Or maybe they're still at school learning. And I just wonder, that's a terrific journey. I won't be here to see it, but I think that, that hopefully we will get much better treatments and cures for some of the conditions that bring us here today.
Cool. Thank you, Robert. And that's maybe where Arafmi might be able to fund some research in that area, so we'll keep that in mind. Would anybody like to ask any of the panel any questions or make any comments? Quiet bunch. Oh, we got someone at the back. Thank you very much. Yep, they're very good. They're very energetic. Thanks, Jen.
Hi, I'm Vicky, and it gives me great pleasure to come to these meetings. When I first came along, I was so scared, as everybody said. But when I leave here, I feel great confidence. I don't feel alone anymore, and I know I'm amongst friends. And I think it's great that everybody's working towards a better situation with lived experience, and it's replaced for mental illness, because there's a great deal of work needs to be done to make it known to other people that we're normal people living the best life we can.
Thank you, Dickie. Well, if nobody else has any other questions, I just want to thank the panel and to reassure them that although I'm one small part of Arafmi, I do take my role very seriously. The team take their responsibility very seriously in the carriage of the future. Having been at many meetings with the board, I'm very confident the board of directors also take that very seriously. And hopefully we can see some of the vision that you want to take into the future come to fruition, in particular the connection with families, carers and relatives into their loved ones' treatment and support and care, and hopefully some preventative measures so that people don't actually need to engage in support and care. So thank you very much, panel. If everybody could give them a round of applause, please. So the wonderful Ailsa Whitehead, Marge Bloor, Cliff Young and Professor Robert Bland. Thank you. So it's food time. So I just want you all to remember your energy levels and the homework that you've got over the morning tea. You don't get anything for free here. So those of you who were under 5, could we put your hands up? Who was the under 5 energy levels? Just have a quick wave. All right, so those who are 5 and over, go and find somebody who are 5 or under and go and give them a tip for increasing your energy levels, and we'll see you back here in 15 minutes. Thank you. Thanks for that. I feel like I'm shouting. Am I shouting?
Shouting? Doesn't sound. I'm very loud. I'm usually quite sensitive.
few comments to what happened this morning. So, Ivan, I'm going to give you 2 minutes before I introduce you to Cindy. Thank you.
My apologies, and yes, I've certainly learned a lot, and I continue to learn. Just a brief point of clarification. I know my colleagues were up here and they spoke about, clinicians. Clinicians need to include carers in this process much more readily, much more openly. Carers are critical. There is no argument with that. I think that's a critical aspect, and you won't have me saying the opposite. In fact, I'm actually supporting that very strongly. But just a point of clarification. Can I say that there's no clinician, I believe, there's no clinician that comes to work every day to do a bad job. There's no clinician that does that. But I can tell you, speaking to clinicians every day, there's a couple of things. They feel that because of the system they work in, they can't really work as clinicians. Lots of them tell me, I was trained as a social worker, as a psychologist, as a psychiatrist, but in many instances I feel like an administrator. They're asking to be liberated to be able to do some of the things that you're asking for. So yes, there are some clinicians who need to change, and as Robert and Cliff have said, we need to train people and make sure that happens. But on the other hand, we also need to liberate those clinicians in the system. For example, if you look at the Productivity Commission report, it says that across Australia in our public system, clinicians spend 20% of their day, 20% of their day facing people with a lived experience. 20%. If you take into consideration client-related notes, it's 29. The benchmark is 67 in the public system, but you can see where we are nationally. It's not just Queensland, nationally. In the private system, it's 85% of the time facing people. When I was in Europe a couple of years ago and talking to their association of psychiatrists, you know what they said? The first thing we do now is establish a relationship with the individual. That's our first goal, establish the relationship with the individual, the family, the context. That's our goal. Not, as we tend to do here still, because of the system requirements, we'll need to do a risk assessment, quickly do that. I'll need to do a mini mental state assessment. I've got to do that. And I'll do a broader psychosocial assessment. So I've got to put all that on the forms to make sure that I've done my things, what the system requires. But I haven't really had the opportunity to establish a relationship with the individual or their family or carers. So all I'm saying, there's a bit of nuancing about when we as families and carers and the Commission and everybody else who advocates in this space, we've also got to understand that we've got to try and, yes, there are some clinicians and the way we practice still needs improvement, but also we need to change the system. We need to try and advocate for clinicians to be able to be clinicians and to be able to do their job, because ultimately I think most of them really come with the right intentions, but the system does capture you. And I haven't practiced for a long time, but even when I was frontline, the system captures you. You will do this, this, and this, rather than let me establish a relationship with you to understand what's going for you and your family. I think that's just a nuance which is important in that discussion this morning. And just quickly, a lot of you came to me, asked me about the Leading Reform Summit. If you're interested, you can talk to Irene, but also Arafmi will be putting out an expression of interest. We would certainly love to see families and carers in relatively large numbers there. I think you're a critically important group. So please talk to Irene, but there will be some expressions of interest coming through. And I'm sorry, I'm going to have to go now, but thank you very much. And we will certainly, Karen, one of my colleagues here who's done a lot of work in this space, she will certainly be working as part of this process to make sure that we are informed about what you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. There'll be an expression of interest will come out next week. I need to give the team some time to work that out in terms of how we manage it, but we'll get something to attendees today in our wider membership base coming soon. Okay, so welcome back from morning tea. Can I just do a quick energy check? Who was under 5? Hands up, who was under 5 before morning tea? Come on, there was more than that. Thank you for your honesty. Who was under 5, who's now over 5? Yes. So it works. Could anybody share just one example of an energy tip that you received or gave? Anybody happy to do that? Person at the back, have we got a microphone just quickly? Or do you want to run down? You can shout. Yay, you got a hug. Okay. Excellent energy boost, thank you. Okay, so now I'm going to introduce the wonderful Cindy Heddle. She is Queensland representative of the National Mental Health Consumer and Carer Forum, which is always a bit of a mouthful, but I think it does what it says on the tin. So Cindy's going to talk for the next, I think you've got about 30 minutes, Cindy. So I'm really looking forward to hearing what you've got to say and all the updates on the forum. Thank you. Good.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here with you today and to be at another Arafmi Annual Carer Forum, which is really exciting. And I just want to say hello to the people that are joining us online as well. So I'll be speaking to you for about 30 minutes. In that time, I will share a short PowerPoint presentation explaining some of the wonderful work that the National Mental Health Consumer Carer Forum have done over the past year. Then I will give a 10-minute speech followed by a poem that I've written especially for today. And finally, we'll take 5 minutes to finish off by doing something we all enjoy and we will all benefit from. So let's start with the presentation. So the National Mental Health Consumer Carer Forum is a combined national voice for mental health consumers and carers. We listen, learn, influence, advocate in matters of mental health reform. That's right, I have the clicker. Okay, so I wish to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather, the Yagara-speaking people of the Barabin area, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I extend this respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. South Wales, Northern Territory, Queensland, South Australia, Victoria and Western Australia. Our community-managed organisations include Blue Voices, Mental Health Carers Australia, Lived Experience Australia, Consumers Forum of Australia, GROW and Carers Australia. Our specialty groups include Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders and culturally and linguistically diverse. We also work with the National Mental Health Commission and the Mental Health Lived Experience Engagement Network, the Australian Federation of Disabilities Organisations and the Commonwealth Government. This is a snapshot of the last year for the work within the forum. So we put in 8 submissions to the Australian Government, 17 advocacy briefs that were revised and updated, 2 new publications on restrictive practices in Australian mental health services. That was a position paper, and lived experience and mental health research discussion paper. Public hearing presented evidence to the parliamentary inquiry into mental health and suicide prevention, and regular collaboration each week with the CEOs of a National Mental Health Commission and Mental Health Australia and AFDO members meetings with representatives. Our research project snapshot, which you can see there, we've been busy. We contacted a group called Switch, and we're involved in research with the Monash University on mental health carers' experience of COVID. And this actually resulted in a lot of interesting information that we can utilise now to support carers. We established a project steering group of leaders, leading carer organisations, and reps, Embrace Project reps, Black Dog Institute reps, government reps. We co-designed a survey and had focus groups which involved all of our jurisdictions. So we co-designed the findings for the report, and that's currently in process. So currently working on the snapshot in a plain English version for that one. So overall, the outcome was alarming, as many carers reported increased distress and derailing of the recovery of the person they are caring for due to different reasons. In 2021, the Forum entered into a partnership with the Mental Health Lived Experience Engagement Network, Moline and Yale University from the US. In this partnership, 3 projects have been funded, including a curated clearinghouse for consumers and carer leadership resources. So that's a place that we can go to that contains all of the information that we need historically and currently. And a partnership with Yale University for Diversity of the Let's Lead program, with a consumer program running in 2022, which we've had, and the carer family program will run in 2023. So anybody interested in that leadership program, we are taking registrations now, which you will find on the details on our website. And finally, the development of the lived experience governance framework and tools. So these are the details for the website. There you will discover all of our submissions, publications, copies of advocacy briefs, information about our latest projects and opportunities. So please do go there, have a look and see the great work that the Forum have been doing. And finally, this is one of my favourite quotes. If you can't find a way, then create one. Now, that's the end of the presentation. I'm going to leave this slide up for you, because that is definitely my motto. So as for this part of the speech, I was quite torn when I started writing and ended up with 2 speeches and having to choose. In the first speech, I talked about how we can better interact with the person we care for through mindful body language, because there is power in the things that we don't say. I also wrote about conversing with our loved ones through conscious verbal language that reflects our values instead of our pain. I then wrote about the importance of validation, particularly for those who feel stigmatised by their mental ill health or substance use. All practical, helpful information. But in the end, it became clear to me that the most important thing I could do today is to advocate for the many carers I've spoken to over the past year. So now I'm going to step into my advocacy shoes and talk to you about some of the issues that carers have raised with me, which are very relevant in the here and now. It has been a year since I stood on the Arafmi stage and spoke about carers battling in the trenches. And I know firsthand about the battles that carers and families endure because of my own lived experience. And as I advocate, I want to know about the issues carers are dealing with. I want to know what they're facing and what they have to endure. I really do care, and I am a proactive advocate. So carers can face many difficulties in their caring role, and one of those challenges can be from the stigma they are confronted by when dealing with services to support their loved one. I would like to share a brief example with you. A mum and a carer of a young man in one of our hospital mental health wards spoke about how upset she was by what a clinician had said to her in the ward where her son had been recovering for months. While she was trying to advocate for her son, the clinician bluntly told her that she needed to back off and let her son be a man and make his own choices. She tried to explain it isn't that simple. You're asking someone who is very unwell to make decisions that have real consequences. Consequences that you don't have to deal with when he leaves this ward. Her concerns about her son are very real, and seeing her son highly medicated and struggling breaks her heart. She is the person who has been with her son day out at home and knows what he will and won't do, and the cost to him and the family if he's not managing. The thoughtless comment from the mental health clinician really affected her to the point of making her physically unwell. That one statement from the clinician had a massive impact, which he may not understand. And we heard Ivan talk about this earlier before I came onto stage. And that is why clinicians and mental health staff who engage with consumers and families need specific training and supervision to ensure that they deliver compassionate, non-biased and non-stigmatising care, or they should not be working in mental health. There is no room for bias, prejudgment, prejudice towards people suffering with mental ill health or their families. The story I just shared is one of many, and some stories I hear truly rattle me. And they reflect the truth of the needless pain and suffering caused by people's judgments within the system. I, like many carers, have had to dig deep and to fight for a loved one's life. And if I didn't understand the Mental Health Act and know my rights as a carer, things would have ended very differently. Still, there is a massive toll on carers' lives due to the trauma experienced along the way. And this is compounded when carers and families have to fight unnecessary bias, judgment and stigma while they are traumatised. As carers, we have rights too, and it is very important to learn about your rights and to respectfully stand up for yourself and your family when you are able to. So I implore you to seek support for advocacy when needed, and learn everything you can in the meantime to support your loved one when they are engaged with hospital and health services. In the past year, I've seen a lot of promising things happening in the mental health space, all due to the efforts of many lived experience representatives, peer workers, researchers, and dedicated policymakers, who all hope their work results in evolutionary reform for mental health consumers, carers, and families. My hope is that the substantial financial investment made by our government into the mental health sector is distributed in a way that benefits those in need from the ground up and not from the top down. Never before has it been more important to ensure that people receive what they are asking for and desperately needing for their well-being. So let's focus on what carers need for a moment. I have listened to many carers, and there are strong commonalities between them, regardless of their ethnicity, gender, or age. Carers are struggling to manage with the minimal respite they are offered once a year or the well-intended online education and support groups. Carers need practical support in their everyday life so that they can have a life too. They need more money in their carer payment, someone to come in and help clean when they are exhausted. And they need mental health one-on-one carer peer support with an identified lived experience person who understands their challenges. And they need the right to say what they want to do with their own funding package, which is currently dictated to by strict criteria. The support carers and families receive is well intended, but misses the mark. I would like to share an example of a carer's reaction to her specific offer of respite. Services have offered me respite, but their idea of respite isn't what I need. I want to have a nice, relaxing, quiet time, maybe mingle with other people for an hour at mealtimes, but the rest of the time I would enjoy a peaceful massage, some meditation, yoga or painting class away from home for a minimum of 2 days. Otherwise, I'm not going to feel the benefit. I need to get away from it and find myself again. And I don't want to be overwhelmed by other carers' stressful stories. Connection is nice, but I need peace and relaxation. What we know is that people's needs are different, and the needs of carers can vary greatly depending on their circumstances. And although they may still need connection, their greater need might actually be relaxation. Carers should be entitled to design their own respite package according to their needs and not be expected to take what is on offer or miss out. I know how frustrating it is when you're being told to be grateful for what you receive because there isn't a bottomless pit of money. We often hear that something is better than nothing. But trust me, something isn't better than nothing, especially when it creates more frustration and stress for people. The statement, something is better than nothing, is not actually helpful when people are still struggling. And this attitude has a massive cost on our state and to people's lives each and every time we have to go back to the drawing board. I know many of you are exhausted from fighting the system and from feeling the weight of the heavy load you carry. And for this reason, it's important to share that load. And when that can't be with other family members or friends because they don't understand, then having someone who does understand is vital. And I'm not talking about other traumatised carers. I'm talking about paid professional carer peers. So right now, I'm asking our services and policy people here and out in our communities to please rethink how you support carers and to deliver what they are asking for, which is based on freedom of choice and their right to access their funds how they see fit. Because the only way that carers can keep supporting the ones they love and continue regardless of the incredible toll on their lives is by receiving the support they need when they actually need it. I've said this many times before. By supporting carers, you are supporting the people they care for. And by supporting the actual needs of carers now, you will create a positive ripple effect that will not only save money, but more importantly, it will save many lives. Take a break for a sip. Now, I would like to share a poem with you I've written for today, inspired by a dear friend and carer. This poem is called The Choice to Care. If you had the choice, would you trade your life in? Would you choose a different life and start over again? Do you dare admit it's been that hard and risk judgment for revealing your scars? If you're a carer, you've probably been there, sister, brother, father, partner or mother, if you have cared for another. You know what I mean, that feeling of being isolated, restricted and unseen. Many carers go through hardship, sorrow and struggle with their share. And still it never changes their commitment to care. But the ability to cope may not always be there. Because at times we are living through our own despair. So yes, there might be many moments we want to trade our life in, especially when the choice to care seems so difficult and unfair. But that's when we can change our belief, heal our grief and see a brighter future to feel relief. I had to accept that this was my path for rhyme and for reason, and to trust that life would change just like every season. The truth sets us free, and being honest with you is important to me, so here I am today, wearing my heart on my sleeve, asking you to believe. The truth is, we have a choice to care, even if we think our choice isn't there. It's all about how we choose to care, and that is what eases the weight we bear. Thank you. Now, on a very positive note, and to end my time, I would like to introduce you to the 10-second smile. In a minute, I will ask each of you to turn to the person next to you and smile at them. Not just a quick grin. I want you to smile from your heart for 10 seconds while keeping eye contact with the other person. A genuine smile releases endorphins and will not only reward the receiver, it will also uplift the giver. If we have nothing else to give, we can always give a smile. Imagine if every clinician and service worker in mental health did this for everyone they saw, including carers and families. When people are suffering and at their lowest, a 10-second smile really is powerful. Although it may not seem like much, a smile can make a big difference to how someone feels in that moment. Remembering that we only ever have our moments and we are literally living moment by moment. You see, we cannot exist 5 seconds in the past or 5 seconds in the future. We only have the here and now. And since there is so much we cannot change, it is important to focus on the things we can change right now, like how we treat others. So please let your smile shine, turn to the person next to you and smile from your heart for 10 seconds and let it grow with intensity. Well done, everyone, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Cindy. It was nice to hear all the murmurings in the room as well while you were smiling. We just had a wonderful conversation while we were doing it. Thank you. All right, I'll just give everybody a second. And then I'm going to introduce so Di Salmon is the team leader from 1300 Mental Health Call. If I could bring, where's Di gone? Is she? She's here. And Petra Brichtova, apologies for that. If it's helpful when I'm in other countries, I get called Irene, and now I just respond to it, so sorry about that, Petra. And Petra's from Head to Health, so could I have you both come up? You've got about 25 minutes to talk through your stuff. If you could welcome them both up to the stage, please.
Well, hello everyone. This is a lot bigger than I expected. So my name is Di Salmon, or Diane Salmon, and I'm from Metro South Addiction and Mental Health Services, and I'm the team leader for MH Call. Now, with MH Call, this is one of our entry points into the system. So we are So we're the first point of contact for Metro South. We provide a telephone triage assessment for people. So it's acting as a diversion for people having to go to the emergency departments if at all possible. We do ask a series of questions to establish what the issues that somebody is calling us for. It could be something to do with their mental health. It could be something to do that there's a crisis. It could be related to addictions. But because we're in the umbrella of addiction and mental health services, where necessary, we can refer on to the most relevant sector in the service. So, So there's 3 main entry points for Metro South Addiction and Mental Health Services. The first one is MH Call. The second is the 5 emergency departments of Metro South. MH Core will do a triage into QE2 and Bow Desert Hospital where they don't actually have a mental health team. So we will speak to people over the phone from MH Core. So it's still valuable attending whichever ED you need to attend. We also reach into the Mater Hospital Emergency Department as well. So there's, and then there's the 3 with mental health departments, which are Logan, PA and Bayside. Before this job in MH Call, I used to look after the emergency departments, and I see that they're just getting busier and busier every day. And it's really hard for people to go to an emergency department where there's bright lights, lots of noise, they're having to wait for a long time. The clinicians are busy and feel stressed and feel like that they're not doing what they need to do. And quite often the experience is a very negative experience, which led to the development of the co-responder team who go out with the ambulance and police and will actually, it's like an ED in the community, so they'll go out and assess people in their homes. Again, this has helped divert a lot of people having to go to the emergency department. They're very experienced clinicians, and I know clinicians aren't always our favourite people, but these guys are really very good at what they do. And of course, if you're an inpatient in a medical hospital, CL, consultation liaison, will come and see you in the wards if need be. So Mental Health Core tries to provide a timely response. So we get referrals from consumers, from carers, from friends, from GPs, from other non-government organisations, from strangers, from police. We get a whole range of referrals, and people can either ring in or GPs can fax or email us, and we will endeavour to triage the person that we're asked to triage. What we have, it's easily and accessible. We run a 24-hour service. We do have clinicians overnight. We're obviously a lot heavier staff during the day, but there are people at night who will take your phone calls if you're in crisis. And I really encourage you to reach out if need be. It's a multidisciplinary team. So we have nurses, we have psychologists, occupational therapists, social workers, I better not forget that, social workers and psychiatrists as well. So when we do our assessment, we try and give a response at the point of the assessment. So to do that, we actually have what's called a triage scale where I know it sounds really paper-based, but we do look at the risk and the urgency for service, and we rate it on a scale of A to G. A being immediate service, we call the police and we organise for them to be taken to hospital. Category B, we want to see that there's a mental health response within 4 hours. So unfortunately, most of the time, that is back to the ED. C is 24 hours, and we will refer people to our acute care teams and ask for some follow-up within 24 hours. So we ask them to make contact and, really touch base with people. Category D is 72 hours, and again, that goes to the acute care teams. Category E is a non-urgent referral on to the continuing care teams, older adults, and Category F is where we refer to other services. That may be back to the GP, it may be to a non-government organisation, and And also we are trying to develop some clinics as well, so we can organise for someone to be seen by a psychiatrist without them necessarily having to go into the system and be caught up in the system, which we all know is not easy to navigate. It's not easy to be part of it, and I've been part of the system for a very long time, and I pull my hair out some days when I hear people, but I challenge them. And G is where we give advice. So a lot of you may ring up because you're really concerned that your loved one is not doing so well, needs to connect with mental health, and they're not willing to be part of that. So we'll provide information around the Mental Health Act if need be, or what supports can be put in place. We really try to be friendly. If we're not, then I've got a slide for that. So it's for all potential people. It's, we don't judge. I would hope we don't judge. My favourite time is when I can get on the phone and actually talk to people instead of doing the administration. To me, if I've been able to get onto the phone and talk to some people in a day, that's a good day. And that's important. At Metro South, we do have strong links with the consumer and carers. And if I've got any queries or I'm not happy with something, I actually will reach out to them on behalf of the team, and I encourage my clinicians to do the same thing. So triage can be very clinical, as I said. We're asking questions around what's happening, how their mental state is. We're looking at drug and alcohol issues. We're looking at risks. And, so there's almost a proforma of questions that people will ask. And some clinicians aren't as experienced as others and will go, now, I just got to ask you this question, but you'll have more experienced people that work in the team that will just have a conversational style, and that's what we're pushing. So our role as a triage clinician is to do a preliminary assessment. We're not going to go in depth necessarily to everything that's happening. We want to know what's happening now and what's needed. There's a chance later on for other clinicians to get full history and so forth, but we want to deal with the immediate problem that's impacting on people as we speak. Why I've got Petra with me today is that when it's not the mental health services, the state government ones, and we're referring to NGOs, we have recently built a relationship. We're working together with Head to Health, who provide a service for people. So they'll generally be in the F category, and we refer to them, and they will build linkages with different NGOs, clinicians within the community. So, they're funded by the PHN, and I'll let Petra speak to that more. So, one of the big things in my job is listening to complaints about how we haven't done our job well. And I encourage that because I learn so much from complaints. So I've actually put up there, if you've got a complaint with our service at Metro South, you're welcome to call us. We will investigate, we will look into it, and we will try and get resolution. It's so important to make sure you all have a voice. And out of the voice, just one tiny little improvement that we've had is we found out that people were being told who was taking an EA out, an examination authority, and we realised somebody was writing it down and telling people. And that absolutely damages the relationship between a carer and their loved one. So I referred that up to our quality and safety, and they've actually taken steps to prevent that from happening. But also, when you ring us, and you might need to do an examination authority because you need your loved one to be assessed, in MH Call, we will assist you as much as possible. We will send you the form if necessary to save you from having to go into a community centre. We will do what we can to help you. But please, if you've got complaints, we learn from them, and we absolutely welcome you contacting us and telling us when we got it wrong, but also telling us when we get it right. You know, there's a lot of good people out there who come to work every day, not to do harm, but to do good, and they'd be shocked if they realised the impact of their words. And listening to you today, I'm a little bit shocked as well, because it's, you know, sometimes as clinicians, we forget the impact our words have on people. And for that, I'm sorry. But anyway, I'm going to hand over to Petra now. So there.
Hi, I'm Petra Brichtova, and no one can really pronounce my name, so that's okay. It is good to have name Petra, because it's not many of us here in Australia, so as long as you say you want to speak to Petra, it will be just me in the whole organization. So thank you so much for inviting us to this forum and Di giving up some of her time. We are a brand new service in Brisbane South, founded by PHN, as Di said, and I'm a part of the NEMI community. What it is, Head to Health. I think it's good to kind of mention Head to Health is actually a national initiative. So if you Google it and go to Head to Health website, you would see that there is phone lines all around the country, and some of the regions have got also Head to Health hubs. Head to Health hub is, for better description probably, something like a headspace for adults. So whoever the provider is, they employ their clinicians, and then they can refer to themselves, so people get access to support, psychology, or anything what they need within the mental health quite quickly, and it's an additional resource. In Brisbane South or Brisbane North, we do not have hub yet. I only know that in Ipswich, hub is coming very shortly, and then the moment they are tendering the process. But we are hoping that through our phone line and the demand, we can kind of illustrate that really we would love to have hub as well. Head to Health phone line, it's a national line. It's open every day, Monday to Friday, 8:30 till 5. Well, how does it differ from MH Call is that we are a service navigation line. So we are not crisis line. We are not support line. What we do is when a consumer calls us, we connect them to the services they need, or we provide them advice. Because it is national number, there is one number for the whole country. When you call the number, you will be prompted to put your postcode in, and depending of the postcode, it will connect you to your local provider of the Head to Health phone line. So if you happen to live in Brisbane South, you will go to us. If you happen to be in different areas, you might be able to talk to different team. As I said, we offer service navigation. We provide information, we provide referrals, and we provide new pathways to professionals. I apologize about tanning. I didn't realize the screen would be so far and I cannot see any of it. So sorry about the tanning and checking my slide. If appropriate and if caller gives us their consent, we use a tool which is called IAR, and it is a tool to determine level of care. So that's again a national tool which is at the moment rolled out all across the country. I'll show you. So this is the About IAR tool. What it does, it basically matches kind of the funding streams and stepped level of care to different domains. So when we talk to consumers, we try to find out what they would benefit most from, so they are not lost in the system. It can be from online resources to psychosocial support, to tertiary care, to psychology, or we sometimes, if it's a very acute risk, we would also have to call police and ambulance. The tool is available online, and you might find out as different PHNs are actually training their GPs that you might get asked those questions. It is 8 domains, and they basically ask anything about your functioning, about what have you tried in the past, how much support people have, all of this to determine what kind of support the person needs. And Brisbane South PHN at the moment provides free training to all GPs, so they are hoping that eventually we all could have the similar language so a person does not get lost. We know from PHN that most of the GPs at the moment, when you ask for help, such as the level 3 or 4, which is psychologist, but there is many more services which can really assist. I'll try to go back. So as I said, the calls are directed geographically, depending where you live. We have a team of intake worker and clinicians, so every call is triaged. We use one line for professionals, consumers, carers. Anyone is more than welcome to call us, and we will just try to help and assist whatever you need. We use the IAR tool only when it's necessary, and sometimes you might not even realize we obviously ask for consent, but we don't really read out the questions. It isn't just more about to determine where have you been, what you've done, and what do you need maybe in this time, and if we are kind of aiming for the same level you're hoping for. We've got clinical oversight at every single direction, which is really handy because most of the calls, what we find out is from people who've tried it all. You know, they called numerous services, there is waiting time, or they are plainly told we don't accept any referrals, and they just kind of don't know where to or what to do anymore. So our clinicians, what they are actually able to do is they keep their caseload and working with the person and making referrals on their behalf until the person gets accepted and then just feeds back. So we are hoping that people who call us don't have to repeat their story over and over and over, because that is not really helpful. And we always consider the needs of the consumer. So as you know, Nimai National follows the recovery model, and consumers are at the center of everything, you know. So we really love the collocation because in some way that helps us that there is no wrong door policy. How does the referral work? Well, the easiest thing is to call our number. Anyone can call our number and we will sort it out on our side. If we get the consent, we can then, you know, contact back the referral and just let them know what happened. We obviously have to ask the consumer that they are happy for us to do that. If they are happy for us to actually provide the written assessment back to the GP or to their provider or whoever referred them, we are happy to do that as well. So the story doesn't need to be repeated and they just kind of know what we've done. We always follow up our referrers. So obviously we've got KPIs because we are PHN funded. So there is a 7-day KPI. However, we just kind of contact everyone and follow with them as they need. So even if it is, that we finish the inquiry within 3 days, we still contact them after. Did it actually happen? Did you hear from the organization? Are you happy with where you are? Sometimes when they are not accepted, again, we take back that referral and go, okay, can we try something else? So we kind of try really hard not to give up when things are not working and just bringing the referral back and keep a track what's happening. If anyone calls us in distress, we follow within 24 hours with the clinician. So we do that quite often. And then we refer out to MH call, to anyone in a community. At the moment we are doing rounds, introducing our services, learning about the services, being good at the service navigation. So we are co-locating with MH call, which is amazing. So again, if someone comes through MH call who actually doesn't need the service and would more benefit from service navigation or advice, we are quite happy to take it off their hands because that line is incredibly busy. So, so again, if the clinicians in MH call don't have to use their time to providing advice, then can stay longer on phone with the distressed person. We also have the ability to actually refer back. So if someone gets to us and they just get unwell, we've got, again, that kind of no wrong door policy, can go to die or anywhere else, and just kind of quickly figure out what can happen so the person is not stuck somewhere in the middle. How to contact us? As I said, 1-800 number. We are open Monday to Friday. Kindly, MH call is minding our line if that is a weekend or evenings, so there would be message from them, or if it is urgent, it gets diverted directly to them, which is amazing. For GPs, we will have soon a medical objects referral, or we've got the fax number. But as I said, we will talk to anyone, carers, consumers, GPs. So if you've got any question about what you would like to try, or what you haven't tried, or if we know of anything new, we would love to talk to you and hopefully help, because what we've noticed that it's quite difficult to actually have latest information about all organizations and what they do. So a big part of our time we are actually dedicating to updating our resources and linkages and understanding what can actually happen and what waiting times are like. So at that time we might be able to have a chat to you and just suggest maybe different pathways or something alternative until the preferred service is available. So that's us. I've left some brochures on the main table. So yeah, you can just kind of collect those. Otherwise, if you need more information, call the phone. You can always ask for me. You can email us. As I said, we are more than happy to talk to anyone and introduce the service.
Cool, thank you. Just stay for a second. Thank you, Di and Petra, for those wonderfully informative presentations. We didn't have a planned Q&A for this bit, but I actually think it might be worth it. Does anybody have any questions for Di or Petra that they would like? So we've got a person in the back. We'll do a couple of questions, but are you hanging around for lunch?
We can.
So Di's committing to lunch. Petra might not be able to, but please feel free to touch base with them after that. But we've got a question.
I'm from the coast. Great idea, but the services that you're going to recommend, they're just overwhelmed. The waiting lists, meeting criteria. So from where I sit, a lot of money needs to come into the services.
I absolutely agree. At the end of the day, we don't provide extra service. So as I was saying, I guess the idea was that government heard that it's very hard to find out where to enter in a system, what to do. It's quite confusing. So hence the phone line to try to advise which is the best way and where to connect. The second step should be the Head to Health hubs, which is the extra resource. At the moment, for us, really, it is, we are very lucky down here in Brisbane. We've got lots of services, and we can talk to PHN and feedback all the gaps and concerns, and then they try to kind of fund new services which could fill in that. I obviously don't know much about your area, but I know your local PHN would also be setting up Head to Health phone line, and then they would be doing the same advocated, what actually needs to be. What we already see is, you know, we've been in operation really just 6 weeks, so we are very new and literally started. I walked into the position 6 weeks ago, you know, so I don't want to be kind of saying that we are all amazing and running, but what we already see is that people ask us over and over for psychiatrists, bulk billing psychiatrists, you know, for medication review and all these things. I guess that's where the collocation and funding from PHN works, because we can then go to our governance meeting and actually discuss it. Can we somehow, you know, create extra resource for people, because that's what's coming all the time. So the big part of this, I feel, for our service is also the advocacy and actually feeding back the inquiries we hear over and over and we actually cannot fulfill because we don't have the extra resource. So I hear you. I don't have the answer.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, so I've been on the coast 35 years and I work in advocacy. I don't know what the wait list is to see a psychiatrist who bulk bills. I think it's over 6 months. So we're talking about people now who might be quite acute. We're trying to keep them out of hospital. Like, I think it's a great idea, but at the coalface, we need more clinicians who will bulk bill.
Oh, that's fair.
Fair enough, you know, agree.
Any other questions for Di Petra? Jen will give you a microphone, Melissa.
Hi, I'm from Cairns and we have NEMI National up there.
Correct.
Is this a pilot program? Will we be getting it up there?
So NEMI is already, I believe, in Cairns, and they do Head to Health phone line already. And I think there is also Head to Health hub in Cairns, because you were the part of the trial, if I am not mistaken. But if you need more information, just please email me and I'll email you back and connect you with the NEMI. So again, because this is happening across the country, PHNs will give tender out, and then whoever the successful organization is will get the tender, you know. So here it might be NEMI. NEMI actually had, I think, 5 out of the 8 trial sites across New South Wales and also some in Victoria. So we are incredibly lucky that we can learn from them what worked in their regions and how to set it up and what to do. However, like Brisbane North has Head to Health phone line, and they run it in-house in PHN. So they didn't actually recruit any provider. Each region is different, you know. But if you need information about your region, I can find it out and email you back. Yeah, who would be the best point of contact?
Thank you. And just we've got time for one last question for Petra or Di.
I'd just like to say thank you, Di, for explaining the triage.
Thank you, Di, for explaining the triage system with the MH call. I've rang it a few times and always wondered. Yeah, so thank you.
The best part about Metro South too is it's a clinician-led service. It's a clinician that will answer the phone, not admin and try and put you through to someone. We will answer the phone without, interruption. So you get straight on to someone.
Thank you. I'll just grab the microphone. Well, Petra and Di, thank you very much. Di, thanks for committing to lunch. I'm sure you'll get some more questions when you're there. And Petra, thank you very much for your time. All the best with Head to Health. Very exciting programme to implement, and I'm fairly confident we'll be here next year talking about success stories.
We hope so.
Thank you. So we're running a little bit over time. Sorry, Sergeant Evans and Sergeant Walsh. So next on the agenda, we've got 25 minutes. One of the Carers Forum's favourites, Sergeant Nick Evans from the Vulnerable Persons Unit, is going to come and talk, and we'll have time to ask Sergeant Nick some questions afterwards. And he's joined by Sergeant Leah Walsh, who said she's going to just observe. But I'm going to challenge her to answer some questions as well if need be. So over to you. You've got 20, 25 minutes. Yeah. Go. Thank you.
Is this my... the play? Yep, cool. Cool, no worries. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for the introduction. My name's Nick Evans. I'm a sergeant at the South Brisbane Vulnerable Persons Unit, and my colleague here is Leah Walsh, and she does a very similar role, probably harder working than me on the north side of Brisbane as well. So we really enjoy coming along to these forums every year. It's a good opportunity for us to, I guess, tell you what we've been doing in terms of mental health support from a police perspective. Obviously, it's not our forte. We're not mental health clinicians or experts. However, unfortunately, a lot of the time when people are in mental health crisis, it's police that turn up first. Okay, so I'm talking about the South Brisbane unit, but the North Brisbane unit runs fairly similar in terms of staffing. So the vulnerable persons units are based at Camp Hill and Clayfield. So we operate 7 days a week, and our makeup is of both uniform and plainclothes detectives. Our principal role was to address domestic and family violence. However, mental health is so often entwined in those sort of situations that we then took on that role as well. So we have workers both from police as well as the Brisbane Domestic Violence Service and Queensland Health Mental Health as well, that all are embedded within our office. Our objectives are, I guess, to reduce crime and public disorder by problem solving, consulting and collaborating with government agencies and community groups. So basically what we do is we look to work with our partner agencies, whether that's government agencies like Queensland Health or our NGOs in both the domestic violence and mental health sectors, to be able to give a better outcome for the people that we come in contact with who are particularly vulnerable. We try to maintain a level of response that's within as short a time frame as possible to allow people who are highly vulnerable at the time to get the response that they need as quickly as possible to try and reduce any ongoing trauma to them. So as I said, we look at both domestic violence, mental health. We also address and review missing persons. The reason that we do that is because quite often people go missing for reasons such as domestic violence, or they may have a mental health crisis, and then that obviously becomes a very high risk missing person situation. And we also case manage repeat calls for service for both mental health and domestic violence. So if something, particularly with mental health, I'll give you an example, we quite often get calls for service for people in suicidal crisis. In those situations, if we have more than 3 calls in a 3-month period, we'll then create a case management file for that person, and we'll work closely with mental health services to try and ensure that all necessary assistance is provided to that person, to try and reduce their dependence on calling emergency services in crisis, but also to ensure that they have a better overall treatment. They might not have access to resources that they need, so we'll put them in contact with either resources through Queensland Health Mental Health or NGOs that we work with as well. Okay, so both Leah and I are mental health intervention coordinators. We have partners in both Queensland Health and Queensland Ambulance Service who do the same role, and our basic role is to provide information to each other in relation to common issues that we're having. So if we have a particular person who is both coming to the attention of Queensland Ambulance Service and Queensland Police, we'll work to exchange information to provide a better outcome again for that consumer. We also work closely with the community mental health teams to ensure that if we are getting calls for service and they're an open consumer, that their case managers are kept up to date with what's happening from a policing and ambulance point of view. So we have a memorandum of understanding that both QPS, QAS and Queensland Health are signatories to, and that allows us to exchange that information freely when it's in relation to the management of a person who may have a mental health diagnosis. We also develop the police and ambulance intervention plans, and these are particularly for people who are coming to the attention of police or ambulance. It provides information about the person, about possible diagnosis that they may have, but most importantly, it gives us strategies to be able to intervene when that person is in crisis and to have a more favourable outcome. It also gives us a list of contact people, which is highly important to be able to provide better support to that person when they are in crisis, or to gain just collateral about the situation. Leah works a bit differently to me. She actually is an embedded officer at the RBH, so she works very, very closely on a daily basis with her mental health team from Queensland Health. I only embed 1 day a week with Metro South, but then we are obviously in phone contact just about every other day. But we have a weekly meeting to discuss any joint cases that we might have as well. Okay, this is really small and I apologise for it, but there's some good information that I wanted you guys to have. So I'm happy if afterwards the slides distributed out. So this is the program that is probably our greatest success story. It's the mental health co-responder. So basically, thankfully, Metro South Health were very, very gracious and kind and provided us with support to get the program up and running about 4 years ago now, or three and a half years ago now. And it's basically a model that provides a timely and appropriate mental health care for people who contact QPS and QAS. So the idea is to reduce the number of people experiencing a mental health crisis that are transported to an ED. And the way we do that is we go out with a mental health clinician. We work every night of the week, 365 days of the year, and we attend any calls to service that may relate to mental health. So that may be anything from a person who's actively suicidal, right down to a person who's feeling just lonely and has called emergency services because they're not feeling right and they don't know where else to reach out to. So we go to all those sort of jobs and our clinicians will do an on-site assessment, and the benefit of that is obviously that not only is the person left at home, but we avoid taking them to an ED and exposing them to all sorts of other trauma as well. So the benefits are multi-layered, and it's something that we're really proud of as a service, and we're really grateful for the support that we get from our health colleagues as well. So we're about to launch our review of our co-responder program, but these are some of the statistics. So this was basically a just under 2 year results. So we had 2,334 calls for service. Of that, there was 817 in my area in South Brisbane, and I can't read that number, about 1,400 in Logan as well. Predominantly, our calls for service were around suicide attempts or suicide ideation, but we also had a lot of behavioural disturbances and bizarre behaviour. So those are ones particularly we were finding people who were close to being psychotic in the community, or they just were a little bit dysregulated in their behaviours, and it was called in by a member of the community. So quite often these people were in public places and there was just concerns for their welfare, basically. There was a little bit of substance misuse as well. However, a lot of those we weren't able to address because of the fact that they were under the influence of an alcohol or drug. The co-responders, because of the situation where they're assessing people, aren't able to assess people who are intoxicated or under the influence of a drug or alcohol, because the risk of misadventure for them is quite high if they, you know, we make that clearance for them, and then they're left in the community and something happens. So generally they will go to hospital. So of the 2,300, 2/3 of those consumers were managed in the community and were not admitted to a hospital. So that's a large percentage of that cohort that we had that managed to be treated in the community and referred on to services without A, having to go to hospital, and B, having that trauma of being taken by police or ambulance to a hospital. So some of the other things that we do quite regularly is in our role as mental health coordinators is we'll provide support for people who may be experiencing homelessness as a result of mental illness. And this was a case of a young man who resided, that's not his real face, just in case anyone was wondering, was residing at the back of a church in Mount Gravatt. He was not causing any dramas, but there was just concern that basically he was homeless and he wasn't getting the support that he might need. So the local police didn't really know what to do. He wasn't committing a criminal offence, he wasn't trespassing, the church was quite happy for him to be there. So they called us and provided us his name. So we liaised directly with Queensland Mental Health and found out that he was actually known to them, and that there was a good chance that he needed some medical intervention to support him. So we managed to go and speak to him, and we did a joint visit with our co-responders. We spoke to him for over an hour and a half, and it was clearly evident that he needed some medical intervention. So we transported him up to hospital. While he was there, he actually stayed about 2 weeks to get stabilised. And in that time, we were able to support him through the social workers in the hospital to find stable accommodation. So when he was released, he got straight back into the community, into stable accommodation. He was compliant with his medication regime after that, and he managed to actually secure part-time employment as well. So those are the sort of things that we can achieve by working together as an organisation with our support partners as well. And these are some of the myriad of support services that we do work quite closely with. You know, we've got some really good services available in our community, and thankfully most of them really like when police get involved as well, so it's good. This is our email address. As I said, I'll provide you with the slide if anyone, the presentation if anyone wants it. The email address is really clunky, so I apologise for it, but if there are any questions that you don't want to ask in a forum, we are going to stick around during lunchtime, so feel free to come up and have a chat. But yeah, if there's any questions that you want to ask afterwards, or you've got anyone that wants to ask, just direct them straight through to that email. My name's Sergeant Nick Evans. I'm more than happy to answer any questions that might come through. Questions? Yeah. I know lunch is here, so I tried to make it as quick as possible. Sure. Yeah, no worries.
Hi. I have two questions. How do you get called? I mean, who calls you? Is that a specific number, or how would we get to you? That's one question. The other question is, when you were describing the suicidal person and that you had followed up for 3 times and then make a case, are you linked to Lifeline? I mean, because some of the things that you were saying as an ex-Lifeline telephone supporter, I would have said are Lifeline tasks. They might not be used as such, but by the community. But I would just be interested whether there's a link there.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of the first question, we're generally called through 000, so people will call 000 requesting police for mental health type situations, and then we're tasked from that. So we can't be called directly because of the fact that we need to be accountable for our time, essentially, and that's done through the police comms system. So that's how we're called. In terms of your second question, the Lifeline is one of the actual services that we quite often will hand out cards for. Obviously, it depends on how actively suicidal the person is and so forth, because what we don't want to do is burden someone on the end of the line with someone who's appears to be quite actively suicidal. So yeah, we're very cautious about who we refer to in terms of NGOs as well, just because we don't want to burden you guys with, and quite often what will happen if someone is really expressing strong suicidal ideation, we'll get a call back from either Lifeline or one of the other suicide prevention lines to go out and check on that person anyway. So yeah, we do refer through though.
I have 2 follow-up questions, if I may.
Sure.
With the first question, I mean, I've called 000 several times, and I wasn't aware that I could ask for the vulnerable persons unit.
Yeah.
So are they proactively suggesting that when you are calling? That's the first question.
Yeah.
The other question with Lifeline is, on a higher level, on a more strategic level, I would wish that there is some communication happening, because my experience was with Lifeline, I worked 2 years for them, that I had 2 suicide calls in that time. They are a suicide line, but there's a lot of loneliness happening and a lot of other issues coming up. And I think maybe resources could benefit from having a contact there on a strategic level.
Yeah, absolutely. So we haven't actually reached out on a strategic level to Lifeline. I'm happy to talk about that afterwards with you. Your first question about whether or not we're proactively, I guess, suggesting that through comms. The issue is that the mental health co-responders only work in certain areas, so they're not active in North Brisbane with the police. They are, with North Brisbane, the QAS actually run the mental health co-responders, so it depends on what area you're calling about. However, if you are providing a call for service in an area where there is a mental health co-responder, generally we won't tell you that, but that will be tasked in the background. Yeah, Leah, will quickly.
Oh, if I can just add to that, just so there's no confusion between North and South. In North Brisbane, you don't need to put it that close. Sorry, in North Brisbane, the vulnerable persons unit at this stage doesn't have an active mental health circumstance like South Brisbane. So I typically at this point work out of Fortitude Valley Station, closer to the hospital, and work with the homeless teams and the acute care teams and the mental health coordinator there. So there is a view for mental health to go into the vulnerable persons unit at Clayfield, But a lot of what we do, or where I get my calls from, is a lot of officers are aware of the mental health coordinator, and we have a specific unit that when someone is taken by police in a first response situation, so like an emergency examination authority taking them to hospital, it automatically generates a task to my unit. So that's what I'm reviewing. So I think, like when Nick mentioned about 3 in a month, when I look at that, I'm looking at the first response officers dealing with that person, and I'm getting a notification to say they've gone to hospital. So that's where I see it from my end, if that makes sense. So I just didn't want any misconceptions between North and South. So, because South Brisbane's been going a lot longer than North Brisbane. So I think North Brisbane's about 4.5 years and you're about 6. Yeah, so. There is a QAS and Queensland Health co-responder for North Brisbane. I'm not sure. There was funding, I think, for Redcliffe Caboolture that was taken away. So I don't know that there will be funding for North Brisbane because we've already got the QAS and Queensland Health co-responder. So it's a little bit of a different situation. I haven't heard anything about a QPS Queensland Health co-responder at this stage. Would be nice. Sorry,
Yep.
just...
Yeah, you're right.
Hi, mine's more of a comment than a question. I work at the Prince Charles Mental Health Inpatient Unit, and you guys came up and supported one of our consumers in the inpatient unit, and it was excellent. Like you say, you're not mental health clinicians, but the officers that came out, and they were from Clayfield, they were really, really like encouraging, supporting. I mean, she was really scared, but you did a really good job. Something that might be useful for this group is this particular lady had fled a DV situation, and she didn't have any ID at all. Everything had been stripped, so it was really hard for her to have a bank account because that had been closed and she didn't have any income and all this type of stuff. And your unit was able to help provide a letter which was sufficient for the bank then to help start the whole wheels of process of getting ID. So I know sometimes when our loved ones get unwell, they throw out their ID, they lose things. So it might be good to know. Obviously, they need to be linked in with your service, but I just wanted to mention that. But your guys were really, really good that came out.
Yep, excellent. Cool. You got to speak.
I was wondering if you could tell me what's the best hospital to go to get the right help?
No hospital. Look, I can't answer that. We only deal with the PA and Redlands on our side.
Right.
And both are good and bad depending on the days.
I had a really bad experience. I actually had the funeral service for my son last week.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And Redlands Hospital just turned him away, even though he asked to stay in. So I just thought I'd put that question forward because maybe if we went to a different hospital, we might have got more help.
Yeah.
And he might be here today.
Look, I'm happy to talk to you after about it. I have a regular fortnightly meeting with the mental health team at Redlands, so I'm more than happy to have a chat with you and link you in with some people if you want.
Yeah, I mean, it's too late for him, but I just thought for other people going forward.
Hey, we can always learn from experiences and do better next time. So I'm more than happy to have a chat to you.
Okay, thank you.
No worries.
I'm from the Gold Coast, and I think it was last year we had a mental health clinician come out with the police.
Yeah.
It was a totally different experience for my loved one, and I actually think it took a lot of pressure off the police, or before we've had to have the AMBOs come in and try and use different types of communication skills. So I hope we keep our funding because it's just a game changer.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that's exactly right. We're not trained mental health clinicians. We don't ever pretend to be. But the things that we learn from our mental health clinicians working on a day-to-day basis is massive. And We have staff rotating through our office all the time that work with the clinicians, and they go back with such a new set of skills to be able, even just to be able to resolve simple situations. It's it's really, really beneficial. So thank you for that. I'm happy to stick around for lunch. So if there's any other questions, come and see me.
Thank you, Sergeant Nick and Sergeant Leah. And just to thank you for your raw honesty, lady sitting beside Free. If anybody is touched by anything today where they feel they need support, we do have a wonderful team. Everybody from Arafmi wearing white T-shirts with the logo on it. So if you do need to touch base and have some time out or some TLC, please come and approach one of us. So thank you. That's been a really full morning. We've run a little bit over time, but I'm going to try and stick to time for lunch break. So we'll have a break now, and we'll aim to come back at 1:15, where we're going to hear from the wonderful Karen Conlon from Commission, and we're going to talk about some really exciting new things that are happening with Arafmi. So I'll see you back here in roughly 40 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. If you could just start to take your seats, please. We've got a very exciting afternoon coming up with some prizes. So while you're all getting settled, let's do another energy check. And this time, let's do a how comfortable are you feeling with food. So on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being I'm still really hungry and I'm about to order Domino's pizza, to 10 being that food was amazing, I'm so full and I'm about to fall asleep, I'm stuffed. Where are we on the scale? So let's do 1. That's good. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, we got 6s. So for the 6s, there's some afternoon tea later, including pikelets, I think. 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, so we've got some. So you ready for falling asleep? You've eaten so much. Okay. All right. So we'll make sure all the ones that are wanting to fall asleep come and sit at the front. I will just flick you with some water every time we see you drop off. Go. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We've got a busy afternoon ahead, and the first session I'd like to introduce the wonderful Karen Conlon. She's going to talk about policy and systems advocacy, and Karen's from the Mental Health Commission. Wonderful, wonderful partner with Arafmi, and we're really pleased to see her talk today, so please welcome her up.
Hi. Well, thank you for that incredibly wonderful introduction, Irene. That was very beautiful. This is not my natural state at all. I'm not a public speaker, so bear with me. Hopefully it won't be too boring. I wanted to just firstly start off with some acknowledgements, and the first one is an acknowledgement of country. So I would like to pay my respects to the traditional custodians of the lands upon which we all have the privilege to work, live and play. I pay my respects to the Yagara and the Turrbal people on whose lands I speak on today. I'd also like to acknowledge any First Nations people that are present here today, either here in person or actually online as well. And I acknowledge the deep, ancient and everlasting history and culture of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and their contributions to sustaining First Nations peoples' voice, knowledge, traditions and connections. I'd also like to acknowledge the individual and the collective contributions of those with a lived and living experience of mental ill health, alcohol and other drugs use, and suicide, and those who love, have loved, and care for them. I respectfully acknowledge the lived experience of all carers, families, and kin everywhere. I recognise the expertise you hold and the invaluable contribution you bring to the care of another. I acknowledge that families, carers, and kin work hard and face many challenges, and acknowledge that you are doing the best that you can with the time and the resources that you have. I see you. I know your worth. I too am a carer and walk alongside you in your journey. I've been asked today to speak around policy and advocacy. And this is, for me, a really fantastic thing for us to be considering. I know within this room there are many, many people that already do some form of advocacy, and I thank you for that. And this has been going on for a long time. For those of you that might be considering having your say, engaging in system reform, I hope that today might provide a little bit of information for you. Now, this is just a quick fly-by-night tour of what advocacy is and some opportunities. And I will give you a handout, or actually Arafmi will send out a handout to you summarising the information today, all right? Okay, so this will be broken up into some areas around background, advocacy and what it is, opportunities for system advocacy at the local, the state and also the national level, and also how can we build our advocacy skills if this is something that we want to do. So just a little bit of background about the Commission and me. So I've been working for the Commission for probably about the last 6.5 years. And my latest sort of portfolios in the last few years has been around lived experience and lived experience engagement. So with the Commission, we were established in 2013 under the Queensland Mental Commission Act, 2013. And we have a specific role, and it's to drive ongoing reform towards a more integrated, evidence-based, recovery-oriented mental health, alcohol and other drug service system in Queensland. And so we aren't service providers, we work at the policy and the systems level around change. So we actively, as a Commission, seek the views of people with lived and living experience, including carers, family and kin, to guide the direction, to guide the work that we do and to help shape the reform agenda. So I think it's also important to note that the work that we do does extend beyond the mental health system itself. We know that we need to also concentrate on the broader determinants of health. We need to concentrate on the psychosocial supports. We need to look at housing, education. We need to make sure that all of these things are met and people are treated with the care treatment that and the support they need based on the context, on their context. So these are big considerations, but this is where the voices of carers, families and kin are really, really critical in informing what we do. So I just wanted to touch on what is advocacy, and advocacy can mean different things to different people. I thought it might be just wise to unpack it a little bit, and my apologies to those people that know about the advocacy space. So really, advocacy involves the promoting the interests and causes of someone or a group of people. An advocate is a person who argues for, recommends or supports a cause or policy, and it's also about supporting people to find their voice. So there are 3 different types of advocacy. So self-advocacy is really about finding your voice, speaking up for yourself. So as a carer, it might be about your own interests, your own needs. So how self-advocacy is about you. Individual advocacy, so this is broken up into a couple of different things. So really basically, individual advocacy is about change for yourself or someone or a group of people. And so it could be informal, which is where a person themselves might speak up on behalf of someone else, as a carer might often do. Formal tends to more involve organisations that might have paid staff to actually advocate for an individual or group of people. So this might be advocating for care for changes to care and treatment provided, or it could be advocating for the need to be included in decisions that affect you as a carer. What we want to predominantly talk about today, though, and focus on is around system advocacy. And system advocacy is around changing the rules, the policies, the laws that impact on how someone lives their lives. And these efforts usually are targeted at an agency, an organisation at the local, state or national level. So this might be, for example, advocating for changes to carers' benefits that better reflect the circumstances of carers of someone with a mental illness. So that might be one example. And as I said, today we'll be predominantly focusing on that. So when we think of advocacy, we also think of engagement. And there are a number of ways that people with lived experience can be engaged in system reform, around policy change, around system change. So we have down this left side, we have things like informing, consulting. These tend to be lower levels of engagement. So around informing here, this is more like you're given some information and then you read it. That's kind of it. We then go to consulting, where there tends to be a bit more dialogue. So maybe presenting information, feedback's provided, etc. Then we move into more collaborative types of engagement where we involve. And this could be, again, where there might be multiple stakeholders that provide feedback. There's dialogue backwards and forwards. There might be some collaboration between different groups, and then co-leading. And then also to empowering, where I would say that this would be lived experience led rather than co-design. So if we think about this range of engagement, and many of you probably have already had, opportunities to inform, to consult and things like that, people may want to have more opportunities to be more collaborative. And it's like, how do we do that? So there's a couple of things that are needed here. And the first thing is really about we as carers, the knowledge, the skills, the way to communicate. What do we have that's really strong? Where might we need to build some skills to be able to communicate effectively for change? And it's all very well and good for that, but there needs to be mechanisms for voices. So there's the dual thing here. All right, so I think the good thing is, and we were hearing it this morning with Better Care Together, etc., that there is a commitment around engagement, around co-development. So I think, with all of the parliamentary inquiry, the Productivity Commission reports, the changes that are happening in the Victoria mental health system, these are all pointing to lived experience-led, lived experience at the centre of policy design, of service design, of delivery, of evaluation. So this, I think, is really critical for us to think about. It's like the timing is right. So it's about how do we develop and grow carers' voices? How do we do that? And you heard this morning that the Commissioner has actually said that he has committed to ensuring that there is a good consumer representation at the summit this year. And I'm really pleased to hear that. And I think that's wonderful. And thank you, Arafmi, for assisting us as well with that. Okay. I've just gone off piste here, so... all right, look, anyone that knows me, I'm a pun girl. So I just wanted to put this little picture in here and go, so all right, so far is my presentation a catastrophe, or is it okay? All right, okay, all right. Oh, it's perfect. Oh, no. You know what? I'm feline fine now. Oh, sorry, don't start me. Do not start me. Honestly, it's terrible. My director had a joke when she was reading my presentation, actually. All right, so what I want to just talk about now is the opportunities for systems advocacy. And as I said, there are some opportunities, just checking how much time I've got, some opportunities at the local, the state, and also the national level. One of our beautiful carer, young carers, Abby Cooper, actually found this picture and this quote, and I really loved it because I think it does really reflect. So the quote is, "Don't start by building a new table, start by coming to the table." All right? Okay. So let's look at some opportunities at the local level. So already we've had some speakers from the hospital and health services. And Queensland Health is really at the local level. With the hospital and health services, there are opportunities for people with lived experience to engage. So we have advisory committees, there are other opportunities for feedback. Within this document, I've provided links to pages, and certainly with this, you go to the page and it will give you all of the hospital and health services. You pick the one that's closest to you, you go to their page and you look for the "How do I get involved?" button, and then you'll be able to be kept up to date with that as well. All right. So if we also look at primary health networks, again, very much community-based, lots of opportunities there for carers and consumers to be involved. So again, I've provided links to them. They're very upfront and it's embedded in their planning and design for carer and consumer engagement. And they do have a community advisory committee, which is made up of people with lived experience of the mental health system, and certainly it's an opportunity again for people to consider when those opportunities emerge. So if we look at the Queensland or the state level, here we go. All right, so you heard this morning, as I said, from John Allen around the Better Care Together and the opportunities that will be arising around engagement for that. They did have, which is now expired, the Lived Experience Engagement and Participation Strategy. I think that's still really, it did expire last year, but I think it's still really important to perhaps take a look at that and see what the priority actions were for Queensland Health at that time. But certainly they have committed, and you heard that this morning, to engagement. They do also engage with Arafmi, as well as Health Consumers Queensland, which is another organisation. So that's one way that they're ensuring that the voices of carers, families and kin are actually embedded in their planning and design for reform. I've got 2 minutes. I'm going way too slow. Okay. All right. Super quickly. Queensland Carers Advisory Council, of which are Carers Queensland, and we have Carers Queensland here today. We have some reps, as well as Arafmi are members of. So again, this is another mechanism. There is a Carers Charter that's been established within Queensland, and that was under the Carers Recognition Act 2008. So there is, as I said, the Arafmi and Carers Queensland are members within that. The Queensland Mental Health Commission, I'll keep this very brief, but there are lots and lots of different things that the Commission has done around lived experience reform, and particularly around leadership, and also system reform, so embedding the voices of lived experience. I'll get you to go to that website that I've set out and the page, and that will give you some additional information. I would encourage everyone to subscribe to our e-news as well, because what that means is that you can be kept abreast of any consultation and engagement that is actually coming up, so you can actually register your interest, etc. Arafmi, as we know, the wonderful work that they do. Carers Queensland again. Health Consumers Queensland is another organisation around advocacy. So they are broader than mental health, but they still represent mental health as well. And they've got some great information on their website. And then there's the Queensland Alliance of Mental Health, which is the peak body for mental health services within and the wider mental health community in Queensland. They also do engagement as well. If we look at the national level, the National Mental Health Commission does a lot of engagement and consultation and co-leading and leading. So they are absolutely a wonderful way of getting to that national level, so looking at national system reform. And they have been just put a proposal to the Australian Government, the Commonwealth Government, around the establishment of a carer peak at the national level as well as a consumer peak. So we'll hear that, and just listen out for that. And of course, the National Mental Health Consumer Carer Forum and our very knowledgeable and experienced carer representative in Cindy. And then we also have Mental Health Carers Australia, which again does advocacy at the national level, of which Arafmi is a member. And Lived Experience Australia is another group as well, which does system reform. And they do have a Queensland representative. It used to be Norm Wotherspoon, who's retired, and I'd like to thank Norm for his wonderful work that he's done over the years. I'm not sure that they've actually recruited someone for that role yet. All right. So just very, very quickly around... I'm hoping that worked. No, can we go back at all? Oh, there we go. If you are interested in advocacy and building advocacy skills, there is a range of supports and things out there. This is just a taste of what they could be. And so, again, looking to the National Mental Health Commission, which looks at there's some amazing resources there that are aimed at consumers and carers, families and kin, as well as services around engagement and how to engage safely, how to engage properly, how do you build advocacy. Lived Experience Australia provide advocacy training. Arafmi have their carer coach modules, which are really good around understanding the NDIS system. And then Carers Queensland also have an introduction to self-advocacy workshops. Okay, so I don't want to alarm you, but that's the end of my presentation.
Thanks, Karen. I'm glad I didn't tell any jokes today, really, because you would have upstaged them anyway. Thank you very much for that. We are going to talk a little bit about systems advocacy now and with Arafmi in terms of our expansion of services. So next up, and on the theme of advocacy, I'd like to invite Jørgen Gullestrup. Jørgen's the CEO of and I'm going to get the title right, the Mental Health Lived Experience Peak, which is the consumer peak for mental health in Queensland. It's in its infancy, so we're going to be nice to you, Jørgen, but really looking forward to hearing what's been happening over your tenure of the past 8-9 months, year or so, and where you're going to next. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I've decided to stand out from between the previous and the next speaker by delivering this presentation with a thick Danish accent. So I want to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land upon we are. As a recent migrant, only of 30 years here, I feel fortunate to be able to share this land with the world's longest continuous living culture. And I want to pay my respect to the elders, those past and present, and all those emerging. I also want to acknowledge those of us here who have lived experience. Those of us who comes with the knowledge of what it means to be a whole person in a system that often treat you in parts and look at you through a lens of your diagnosis or what's happening to you. The peak has been established with support and funding from the Queensland government for the purpose of providing systems, advocacy and advice when it comes to from a consumer's point of view, and specifically with reference to those consumers who are marginalised or disadvantaged. So it almost means that, by definition, our role is to go and try to find the voices we haven't heard, find the people that we have missed when we designed the system we had. And that's a little bit challenging because we're even ignoring the people with loud voices in the system at times. But I think it's important that part of our role is specifically to actually try to find those voices that are often missed. Another role we have is to build capacity for advocacy within consumer representatives. And there's, of course, two ways of building capacity for advocacy within consumer representatives. One of them is to give people skills, to provide training and provide knowledge and systems, information, and how we best put our case forward. Another way is to try to put power behind those arguments when they're put forward, to give people a louder and a stronger voice by allowing us, when we go on committees and when we go on boards and when we go on councils, to not only speak about our own lived experience, but to speak about lived experience collectively with a mandate from people with lived experience to speak about on behalf of a group. So at one hand, empower us by having better skills, and another way, empower us by having a collective behind us in the way we do it. The peak was established by the support of a steering committee that was representative of the community generally, and I think Arafmi was part of that, and Irene was part of that, that gave us clever and insightful guidance to what a peak should look like and what our mission should be and how we should be established. There was a board formed about a year ago, and as Irene was pointing out, I came on board as a CEO about sort of 10 or 11 months ago to put together the formation. The peak now have staff, so we got a total staff of myself plus 3 of my friends working in policy and engagement roles to try to build that collective voice of people with lived experience of the system. I want to thank every one of you that are here, all the carers, because it's of course through people like yourself that support and are allies of and advocate on behalf and enable people with mental illness and mental health conditions to work and function and exist. And I think that makes us natural friends. It makes us common purpose. We are in a system where we are actually trying to achieve the same outcomes, but perhaps we are coming at it from slightly different perspectives. We actually want a system that cares for people. We want a system that respects people. We want a system that is available. We want a system that sees people as whole people, not just a diagnosis, but a person who comes in, which have families, which have friends, which have a community they're part of, which belongs to a specific cultural background, which have certain beliefs. All those kind of things needs to come in with us when we enter the system and need to be respected. I think that's something we have in common. So us being natural allies is absolutely what we have to be. We have to be respectful of each other, because obviously when I come into this from somebody who have lived with mental illness and have experienced suicidality, I will have a very different perspective of that system than you might have as a carer who tried to get me in there, to try to get the support for me. And we need to have room to have those differences. But I think that what we're actually trying to achieve is so similar that we really are destined to work together. What have the peer worked so far? So far, the PEAK have provided a submission to the parliamentary inquiry into the mental health system, where we really looked at the higher level systemic issues about what actually happens with regard to power, what happens with regard to cultural safety within the system, what happens around the social determinants of poor mental health and illness in the society generally. From that work, the work we're looking at the moment is to look at what's happening within the system when it comes to coercive control. Not only in terms of the people who have orders put on them, not only in terms of people who have forensic orders or compulsory care orders, but also the people who are perhaps threatened to accept care that they might not be prepared to accept, or are not prepared to be negotiated with them at a way that is appropriate. We're going to do some work around cultural safety, what it actually means. Have we got a system that is actually appreciative of the difference we have when we come into the system, where they try to treat us all as if we were the same? What needs to happen around cultural safety within the system? We have done a lot of gains. We've had a lot of progress in terms of actually having an effective peer workforce, or having a peer workforce in the institutions, people with lived experience who can help us guide and support us as we enter the system. But what happens to those people? What sort of moral injury might they be exposed to? What sort of occupational and professional tensions might they experience when they're within that system? What does that actually look like? And finally, some of the work that we've certainly been talking to Arafmi about, saying, what should systems advocacy look like for us with lived experience coming into this system? The PIG are at a stage now where we are trying to mature into the organisation we want to be. And we want to be an organisation that are the effective voice for people with lived experience. And that means that we need to have people with lived experience involved. So we are opening up for membership at the moment. So anyone who goes to our website will be able to join if they identify as having had a lived experience of mental illness, living within Queensland over the age of 18, or have experienced suicidality. So if you are interested, please join, because it allows us to work with you in terms of formatting the agenda going forward so we can actually speak with a collective voice. So that's perhaps enough. Well, I could sing. But I could just actually finish by saying that this is from our point of view, as we're looking at Orta. You've been existing for 45 years. There's been three attempts getting a lived experience for consumers off. You've done it. You've been here for 45 years. We want to work with you. We want to collaborate, because, of course, we are much more stronger together than we are apart. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Jürgen. And this is the fourth time I've seen Jürgen in 5 days over various formats. And whilst it's lovely to see your face, I think it's also a real testament to the commitment we have to working together. Arafmi see yourselves as the lead in Queensland in engaging with mental health carers. Thank you, Melissa. We're going to improve on that. I think there's more to come. And working with the consumer peak for us is crucial to the way forward for both parties, and whether that's together in some areas or separating off in others, but to have a seat at the table together, and we're playing nicely so far. So it's all very positive, and I think really good steps forward. So I'm going to invite Free up to the stage. And just before we start, we're going to do about 25 minutes worth of work where we're going to get your brains to give us some stuff back. But can I just get everybody to stand up, and where you're comfortable physically, just give yourselves a little shake and a bit of a shakedown so that you don't fall asleep. This is the graveyard shift, apparently, although it's really cold here. Did they turn down the aircon? So it's very Scottish temperature. There. If I give a bit of an introduction, you're happy to talk just a little bit about the respite and our approach, just so that you're cool. Okay, you all shaken up? I don't know. Nobody's ready to fall asleep. Is that where we're at? Kind of, a little bit. All right. Karen, do you have any more any more jokes that you help get the audience engaged? Oh, that was actually 8 out of 10. Fantastic. Yep, well done. Okay, so not an official announcement, but I'm really pleased to share with our carers, and there will be an official announcement later on when the politicians are ready to do what they need to do. But we approached Queensland Health, Mental Health, Alcohol and Other Drug Branch last year to go, hey, if you think we're the lead people in Queensland to work with the consumer peak and represent mental health carers, we probably need a bit more support to do this statewide. So whilst I can't tell you the details of exactly what they've given us support for, they've been very generous and listened to what we asked for and given us some extra resources to increase our services. And there's going to be 3 areas of focus that's going to be a shift from what we've done while still keeping the value base of where we're at. Now, don't worry, Marge, we're not veering off in any scary direction. We're going to enhance things. So the 3 key areas that we've got increased resources for is systems advocacy. So we've done it really, really well, and I have to say we've been bloody good at it for the tiny amount of resources that we've had so far. We've now got an opportunity to increase that through bringing staff on or working with Consumer Peak and Health Consumers Queensland to do things a little bit differently, so we can be more at the forefront of policy advocacy where we can. So I said, I think we've done well, but we could absolutely do better, and that's an opportunity we're going to talk about today. We've also received some resources to increase our statewide reach. So wonderful Melissa's here from Cairns. Did I pronounce it properly this time? I think it was Cairns last time. I got wrapped for that. We know that although we're a statewide service, again, we've done what we can with the resources that we have, but we want to see our reach really properly out there. We know that regional areas are significant needs of supports for families and carers, and we want to expand that. And the third area is carer respite. Now, I'm really excited about this because it hasn't existed for a long time. And the wonderful Carer Gateway, we've got Wellways up there who provide Carer Gateway support, so if you want to give us a wave, Wellways. Carer Gateway are able to fund carer retreats, but there's been a distinct lack of carer respite. And when I heard Cindy say, I need at least 2 days, tick, we're on it. I need probably some therapeutic supports or some yoga or meditation. Tick, we're on that, we've talked about that. And some other things, it might be shared, it might not be. So these are the things that we've now got some funding and resources to actually put together. So I'm going to invite Free to come up and talk a little bit about that. And then I'm going to get you to go into groups because we want your feedback about what those 3 areas will look like. So systems advocacy, regional engagement, I'm looking at you, Melissa, and going, we could use your help here, and respite and what those things will look like. So are you happy to just, yep. The wonderful Free, Carer Manager.
Short people. So I'll just quickly talk about the respite, which is, probably the bit that we're really excited about. So the carer support team will move back into the new farm area where we've been for a long time. We'll have a proper carer hub with the respite upstairs. So it'll be a 3-bedroom house that's fully accessible. That will be upstairs purely for care respite. And then downstairs will be the care support team where we'll be located, where people can come and see us, where people can drop in, where we run groups, all of those things. And the exciting bit is that, the respite is ours, is yours to have input into and tell us what you need and what you want that to look like. I know Irene has called it an Airbnb on steroids before. So that gives you the flexibility to have support, to have services, to have activities, but also, as Cindy mentioned this morning, maybe you just want some peace and quiet. And you want us there if you want us, but if you don't, that's fine, because it's your space. So we would love to hear your ideas and what you would like and what you've been missing and what would make a difference. And that's probably all for now.
Cool. Thanks, Free. I'm super excited about it. And Marge, you were at the point where it's the old building, the Cooey building, and when I started, so I've been with Arafmi 3.5 years, and there was a plan to turn it into a carer hub then, and we're getting there. It's due in March. We thought it was going to be December. It should be finished in March and has taken bookings in January, hopefully. We think it's going to be fully booked, but I'm hopeful, Marge, that you can see the commitment that we've stuck in, and we're getting it. It's finally happening. So really pleased to see that fruition of like a decade's worth of work to get it to where it needs to be. So what we're going to do now, I'm going to split you into 3 groups. So the 3 groups I'm interested in is, so people who are interested in systems advocacy, if you can join one group, and if you can, I'll tell you all the information before you start. So Jen will be systems advocacy. And Jen, if you can find a table, and if everyone can converge to Jen. Those who are interested in regional and statewide engagement, if they can go to Janelle, please. So Janelle, if you can find a table and wave, and if people can go to Janelle for that. And Leanne will be respite, so Leanne will find a table. And if people are interested in giving us feedback about respite, go and find Leanne. So what we're looking for, we'll ask one question at a time. So the first question will be, what do you want to see Arafmi do in this space? So systems advocacy, regional and statewide engagement, and carer respite. We'll talk for 5 minutes, and then I'll ask you a couple more questions to get a bit more detail. Does anybody have any questions before we start this? Awesome, cool, okay, so Jen is over here, so systems advocacy. So anybody who's interested in giving us feedback about systems advocacy over here? It's okay, I'll tell you what we're doing. Anybody who's interested in regional engagement, over with Janelle. So over this side. And way at the back, Leanne will, anybody who's interested in the design of carer respite, up at the back. If there's anybody who's not interested in any of those, come down and we'll talk with me and Free about what else we're missing. So there's a fourth group for you. So I'll just give you a minute to get into your groups. And then I'll tell you what we're doing. Okay, when you're in your groups, who's in? No, oh, Janelle, are you on your own? Nobody interested in regional engagement? I reckon we'll get some nuggets of gold there in the smaller group. I'll just give you 30 more seconds to get into your group. If you're not comfortable with this exercise and you just want to take some time and have a cup of tea, that's okay, but we'd really value your input. And we have the wonderful Sarah Bone, who's part of Carers Queensland. Sarah, I'm keen to get your feedback on respite as well, but we're going to talk about that later. Okay, so in your groups, what I'd like you to do is just, what would you like to see Arafmi do in the theme of your group? So what would you like to see Arafmi do or talk about in systems advocacy? What are the areas that are really pressing for you that you want us to take forward? Regional areas, what is it you want us to do in the regions? Do you want more groups? Do you want telehealth? What is it you think we can provide to the regions to get better scope? And carer respite, if you put yourself in the picture of wanting some respite for yourself, what does that look like? We'll talk about what it doesn't look like afterwards, but now just think big and dream. What would carer respite look like for you if you were accessing it? And I'm going to give you 7 minutes to talk, and then we'll get a couple of bits of feedback, and then I'll talk to you a bit more, okay? So 7 minutes. we've got 3 minutes before your next question. Oh, no, nobody can hear. It's like, why spend all this money? Why make people spend money when you've already decided what you're going to do? Yeah.
So, but it's even now.
Yeah. No, it's a start. Yeah. Nationally, they're talking about $1 million per peak. State is $1 million per peak. Like, nationally needs more than that. Yeah.
And that was, you know, we had at least 5, maybe 6
Okay, I don't want to stifle any discussion. Actually, still chatting. Do you know what? Carry on for another couple of minutes. If they're keeping going, then yeah. Yeah. No, it'll be interesting. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if that's necessarily a bad idea though, but that's maybe another conversation. Yeah. Yes, and it shouldn't be up. Yeah. Yeah, they are. Yeah. Yeah. It's, yeah. Yeah. Still talking. I'll give you 1 minute to finish off that conversation. Are we all good up there? Getting stuff? Cool. Sometimes when you see them chatting, you're like, oh, do you know what? It doesn't matter what the agenda is, if this is what you need to talk about today. say thank you so much for today. It was lovely to see you. Okay, I've got another question for the groups when you're ready. If just maybe I can give you 30 seconds to wrap up your conversation there. Okay, so I can hear some really fantastic discussions there, and I don't want to cut them off, but I want to ask another couple of questions to Lair, and I'll let your groups choose whether you ignore those questions or you keep going with the ones that we've got. So please don't stop good chat. But what we're also interested in finding out is what you really don't want to see. So when we talk about systems advocacy, and maybe you've already touched on that at this table, you've got ahead of yourself, what do you really not want to see us do? Like, what's really going to muck it up for you and go, come on, Arafmi, you had a really good shot there and you've blown it. So I want to know what you don't want to see. For regional engagement, again, what don't you want to see? I can't think of anything worse than just going, let's spend all of our money on online groups, because that is not going to cut it. So what don't you want to see in Arafmi providing regional services and support and engagement? And the respite, what do you really not want to see in respite? And I'm making an assumption you don't want an alarm bell going off at 8 o'clock in the morning for yoga and you must attend, otherwise you get kicked out. That's just an assumption. Maybe some people will like that. But what do you really not want to see for Arafmi providing respite? So I'll give you 5 minutes to go through that, and if you can please jot things down while you're going. Any questions? All good? Perfect. And where's Diana McMurty? Is Diana here? Can I touch base with you? We've got 2 more minutes for this one. Okay, just one more minute, please. One more minute. Okay, if we can just tie up the conversation there, please. If we can just tie it up a little bit. I'm just going to get some feedback from the room. We do have a very exciting presentation after this with a dog, so I don't want to keep the dog waiting. Trust me, it's going to be amazing. So just if we can tie up the conversations, please. And could we have a volunteer from each group? I'm just going to ask you to read out the most prevalent points. So if you can just spend a second to decide who's going to volunteer. Now, the respite group looks like you fixed the world. Okay, if I could just bring everybody in. So we're going to get some feedback now, please. Just to reassure you, and I can see the systems advocacy table here's really, there's still a lot to talk about, and I think what that tells us is we need to provide another space and opportunity to do that. So this is just the start. This is not how we're going to go ahead. This is just the start of some key things that we want to take forward, but I promise you'll get another chance to have a more in-depth discussion. Cool. Okay, so do we have any volunteers from the respite group, please? Leanne, you're going to do it? Okay, so you've got 1.5 minutes just to... Cool.
Over quick. No one's listening to me anyway. Okay. For the respite group, what people want to see, my favourite was Pam's. Where is it? Just get it done. Just make it happen. Stop talking about it and just get it done. Somewhere stress-free with a big yard or close to a park, somewhere interesting, somewhere to go and relax, incorporating play activities, including meditation, art classes, nature-based activities. People want to be able to go away for a weekend on their own and have their own space, possibly a community garden, holistic stuff, forest bathing, laughter yoga, garden and planting, cooking and baking. Did I say lots of locations? Now, the no-nos.
Just before you go to the no-nos. Guys, can I just ask you to concentrate for a few minutes?
Thank you, but I'm not finished.
I know there's lots of chats to keep going with. You're going to have a break in about 15 minutes, but this is such a groundbreaking area. I want to make sure everybody's getting the same feedback, please. So if I could just ask you to focus for a few minutes, please.
You need to yell into the mic. No one can hear you.
I'm not going to yell into the mic, but I might. If people don't stop talking, I'm going to tell a joke. Is that a threat? Oh, we've got you back in the room. Okay, just if we can just have your attention just for a few more minutes to get the feedback, because we want to make sure we capture everything. Thank you. Thanks, Leanne.
Am I going on to the no-nos?
The no-nos, yeah.
Okay, the respite no-nos. Some people don't want to have to participate in the organised activities, which is fair enough. Not a noisy location or loud music, so not going next to the beat. No partnering with unprofessional providers so that you've got like-minded carers staying with you. And I think that's all the no-nos we had. Okay. But someone did bring up the house that we used to have at Wellington Point. So that was near water. There were people available on site. You could just pop in for a cuppa and piece of cake and just somewhere to go to relax. And it didn't have to be an all-day thing. They could just be there for as long or as little as they liked, just to get away. And that's the respite.
Cool. Thanks, Leanne. So we're going to take that information to just to the start point of designing the respite. So it's not everything, but just the start of it. Systems advocacy group, have we got a volunteer from that very healthy group to come and just give us what you want to see, what you don't want to see? Anybody? You happy to, Jen? Yeah, let's do regional group then. Regional group, so just 1.5 minutes, what you want to see, what you really don't want to see.
All right, so we've got down remove stigma in regional areas so people can access treatment freely. Put my glasses on. Community education, confidentiality, telehealth support, connecting online. Telehealth for isolated areas. I can't read that. Bulk billing in regional areas, engagement in regional through lived experience, family counselling, respite, opportunity to be heard, easy access to information when seeking supports such as Google, community knowledge, location-specific supports when searching. And what we don't want is inconsistency with support, carers to feel undervalued, disrespected, bias, false promises, broken promises. Did I just say that? Yes? And that's what we've got so far.
All right, thanks, Janelle. Now, I'm going to be strict on the time with 1.5 minutes here. I don't know why I feel the need to say that to this group. But
I've got lots of notes. Okay, so what we don't want to see, more report writing, talk without action. There was a few others. Sorry. What we do want to see is more individual care, more mental health crisis centres, more chances to talk about system advocacy. And then some of the notes. So early intervention, needs strong systems for EI with mental health. Thank you. Currently support for person with mental health and separate support for carers, but limited services for family counselling. Okay, another one. Need to lobby government for more funding, maybe a task force to look at what is needed. Consideration, systems within systems, how to advocate across different systems, recognise individual entities' agendas and competing priorities. Arafmi system advocates need affordable respite for mental health members, more hospital accountability, eliminate catchment areas of hospitals, privacy. Sorry, I've got like 3 more. Legal position regarding privacy laws for persons that are really not in a position to make rational or fully rational decisions about their futures. Holistic emotional health unit, e.g. MARTA emotional health unit. It is a private, but each person is dealt with as an individual and given one-on-one with psychologists and social workers. Also includes group education sessions, diversional therapy and post-discharge support and educational programs to prevent, lessen people going into ED for crisis. Last one. System advocacy, what to see? Early intervention, flexible, proactive, multi-service wraparound, streamlining access to information. Don't want to see inflexible, top-down design making. Talk about change within action. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jen. Thank you, everybody. Now, that's just the start of the conversation, and I know there's a lot to talk about. Over the next few months, we'll be working out how we do it and how we do it well, and we'll be engaging with carers. And Steph, I saw you nod and clap around the stop talking and just get on with shit, basically. And I know we need to do that, but we're going to have to, for this, talk a little bit before we can get stuff done so that we actually know what you genuinely want. Because I can make assumptions and the team can make assumptions, but we don't want to do that. We want to actually hear what you need from us so that we can then do it. So thank you for the start-off point today. Oh, good. If you get any other comments, so just put them in writing and hand them over to Jen, and we'll collate them, and then we'll go to the next process. Okay, so sorry to rush that. We do have Diana McMurty here from Smart Pups, and I'm not going to do anything else but let her come up and introduce and just be super excited about this next stage. And we've got about 15 minutes, and then we'll have afternoon tea.
Hello, I will try and be as quick as possible because I'm standing between you and afternoon tea. I have with me the amazing Georgina and Kent, and I'm going to give you just a quick rundown of our story and why I'm here to talk about the place for companion dogs in support of individuals with psychosocial disabilities and mental health challenges and their families. So I do not know how to work this kind of fancy remote, so let's see how it goes. My story is that I became a carer for my son, who was born with physical disabilities and was diagnosed with autism quite early. And as a result, he has also had some significant mental health challenges. And we actually came to Smart Pups quite early on. Originally, Smart Pups was a autism assistance dog service. They have since moved into medical alert, diabetes support, and very excitingly, PTSD support dogs. And the reason that I'm here to talk to you and that I will passionately advocate is that Boots has been a phenomenal impact in my son's life, in my life, and in our family's life for our well-being and our access to the community when someone is going through heightened mental health challenges. When you have someone who is there to support you, to co-regulate, to judge, never, and to just accept who you are and the space you're in without reason or acknowledgement of the reason that you have it. They're just there. Kent, our little friend, is a puppy, and he's just in training at the moment. Boots was unavailable to be here today. So we're going to do a quick little example for you. This is our baby when he was in training. We're going to do a little example of something very simple that the dogs learn quite early on, which for us became a huge game changer. Hamish didn't like dogs. I don't know if there's anyone else here who is not a dog person, but Hamish came into our family very wisely on our behalf. We got him a service dog and he didn't like dogs at all. However, he liked the calming energy that came from having someone consistently with him, not requiring anything back from him. So I'm going to do a little example here. And this is something that Boots does regularly for me. I'll be honest, as a carer, sometimes I struggle with my mental health, and I'm overwhelmed, and I get off the phone from NDIS isn't here, let's say them. And this is what I look like. You have to cry a little bit louder than that. The effing was my swearing, but I was doing it politely. So Kent is still in training. Boots will actually get up on in there and he will press himself against my body, and his calm energy will help me co-regulate with him. My heart rate will start to match his heart rate. He will keep me in that safe space until I'm in a safer space. When we're out in the community, I should have brought a remote with me. When we're out in the community, it can be overwhelming for Hamish. That's my boy. To be in the space where he doesn't know what is going to come, where people can be quite confronting and challenging, and sometimes just his load is too much on that day and he's not got it in him to engage with anyone. If he is in a period of overload, Boots will be the guiding force to get him out of a situation that's going to escalate. Boots will guide him without him having to look up. Boots will guide me without me having to look up, without me having to engage, and get us safely to a space where we can process and get back to a healthier space for us. He is our safety. He is my backup carer. He is our partner. I like to call caring partnership in navigating this social system, because let's be honest, the disabilities in the community, we've heard that today in the speeches. Boots is my partner in this. Boots is Hamish's partner. And Boots is our family's partner. I think one of the things we're talking about here with respite is that we get isolated. Sometimes people don't understand. They give us helpful advice like, just push through, just set boundaries, just tell them not to be upset, calm down, don't think about it. Boots not only doesn't do that, he gives us an opportunity to redirect the helpful into this. I mean, who can't love these faces? So what we have found is that for us, having a companion dog, means that we're connected to our community. Boots goes to school with Hamish. He goes on outings with our family. He is actually the schools, so that's him comforting me. We'd just had a rough day. That photo makes me want to cry. We'd had a really rough day, and Boots knew that it was time for me to have a bit of co-regulation, and that's what he steps in and does. This is Boots assisting in therapy. We can access therapy because of that. Again, accessing health services. He is the best navigator. I know you guys all know about advocating for your person. Nothing is as good an advocate as a cute dog, because all of a sudden people are willing to stop. They remember who you are because they remember the dog. They give you a bit more time and space because they remember the dog. It seems to be a largely helpful thing to have an advocate like that. This is an option. If it's something you're interested in, please, please talk to Arafmi about more NDIS support for people to access service dogs. Talk to the likes of Smart Pups. What I do want to talk about is not only how cute my boy is, but the value of these dogs and what it means to people. Like, we've read the research. There is valuable research out there that says that having an animal, having that level of support and comfort changes our well-being. It has a significant impact on mental health. I was hoping maybe there's someone who wants to talk about their animal, who is already experiencing that, who has an animal at home that changes their life. Irene lights up talking about her pug. Frey has shown me photos. We've got, we'll run over. I love talking about people's animals, and the reason I'm asking this question is because it creates connection without judgment.
Look, I completely agree. I think, and we talk about it within my colleagues, that they are incredibly powerful, the unconditional love, and they do, even when they're not trained. I've got two Kelpie crosses, and they both pick up when my anxiety's going through the roof, and they know how to, just to calm all that down, so it's pretty powerful stuff.
And it's that. It's, it's horses, it's cats, it's dogs. Cat's name?
Thomas. I have a cat, Thomas, and when I have a really hard time, I lie on the bed and the cat knows. He comes, he's an old cat, and he lies right on my heart, and he lies there until I'm feeling better. I think that's really beautiful.
It's amazing, and scientifically, it's co-regulation. We're talking about matching our energy to someone else, and animals know that. Kent will do that for his person. Boots does that for a whole family.
Oh God, I hate those things. Yes, we have a Tonkinese cat who, he's just amazing. The fact that when my younger is having his depression moments, the cat can go in there and sit with him and offer comfort that I can't. It's just amazing. And also we've got we have blue-tongue lizards and pet blue-tongue lizards, and Many years ago, we found a pet, a blue tongue, and her name was Stella, and she was the one that helped my other son. It's just amazing what you can get from animals. It truly is.
Thank you. And that's the purpose of sharing this, is that it's an opportunity for us to connect. It's an opportunity for us to talk about how valuable our animals can be, but at the same time, it's acceptance. And that's what we're all about. We're about finding ways that get people accepted, people connected beyond their diagnosis, beyond what they're going through. It's a place where you're not a person who is labelled by your diagnosis, you're a person with a partner. You can talk about your partner, you don't have to talk about that. So I'm here today to go, this is another option. This is another way to look at connection, to belong. That yes, it's not a therapeutic model, but it's connection, belonging, assistance. And
They don't judge what you're thinking or feeling. They just sit there and support you in a silent way. It's truly amazing.
And it's a beautiful comment. They support and they model to our community that that's what acceptance looks like. That's what Kent will do. That's what Boots has done for us. That's what nameless other dogs do, is they go out as these companion animals and they allow people to be seen for who they are in that partnership. The dogs model community acceptance. When we talk about systems change, we're talking about change through our animals, teaching people how to act and react to us, our families, and our individuals who are requiring support.
I was going to say one thing again about if one thing, maybe a system change you could do is try and advocate to have dog therapy up in the inpatient units. As I said before, I work at the Prince Charles Mental Health Unit. It took us about 6 or 7 years, but we've got a dog that comes on a Tuesday afternoon now. And it's really great to see, like I'll see consumers who are really upset and then the dog turns up and their whole attitude changes. So that's maybe something you can look at.
And I know Georgina will take that back to Smart Pups in terms of training. We can look at training in facilities like that. There's also Delta dogs that do organisational work. They're volunteer dogs. I know we've got one more dog story because I love them.
My name's Lisa. It was a bit similar to what you've kind of just said, but I'm just wanting to know if you're a person living alone with a mental illness which is quite severe and you're not capable of really looking after yourself or capable of looking after the animal, the dog, so what could your service provide then? Like, would a support worker come with a therapy dog, like, with NDIS? Like, is that something that could be looked at,
So at the moment, I'm very vocal about advocating for NDIS to fund support dogs. It is hit and miss. I'm complaining to everyone I can think of. So again, the tools are around even if you have a dog at home. It's about that advocacy through LACs, NDIS, NDIA, talking about the need to have that support the same as any other community advocacy, and having a support worker come in, walk the dogs, support that. Smart Pups trains dogs, places them, trains handlers. So I'm a primary handler, my husband and my son are, and then my younger son is a secondary handler. So the system is different for every individual. But definitely, Smart Pups will continue to do their work. Arafmi will be advocating, because you can tell they're all passionate about this opportunity for our people and our families to have partners who accept them and model that acceptance and belonging.
Thank you, Diana. Smart Pups and Kent. Oh, did you hear me? Oh. I'm going to try and not disrupt his training. Thank you, everybody, for that. We're just going to take a short afternoon tea break now. We've scheduled for about 15 minutes. So can we do it after? I think people need a break. So we'll take a 10-minute break just now, and if we can come back quite promptly, we've got a raffle, then Upbeat Arts, who, for anybody who's heard them, absolutely wonderful, and then we'll do a bit of a summary. But the raffle prizes are amazing, so please don't leave. You're really going to love them, but if we can come back in 10 minutes, that would be fantastic. Thank you. I kind of do, yeah. Yeah, no, we should do. Yeah. All right, everybody, confession to make. I am a terrible MC. Afternoon tea's not quite ready yet, so we might do, they're bringing it out now, but let's do the raffle while we're waiting. And can I ask, we've got a couple of people that are donating, if they want to come down. And Jen, have we got tickets? Yeah, cool. There's a little doggy treat up here as well. We've got some donations. Oh, yes, please, Ben. So I'm going to invite Carissa and Lily up to the stage just to explain who they are. And really, really excited about these two prizes. Carissa, are you happy to come up? Just say a tiny little bit about yourself, what it is. Do it separate, and I'll get Lily to come up after. So if you're happy to just go who you are, what it is, and then we'll draw out the prize. And you want me to pull it out? Yes. Is that okay? All right.
Hello. So raffle time now. Everyone got their tickets? I'm Carissa, and we've got two prizes here today. One of my books, which is a lived experience story on mental health. It's called A Girl with a Mexican Hat, One Shoe and a Boogie Board. It's an educational self-help. And this is the My Mindful Moments, which is a deck of mindfulness cards that you can put into the slot and just look at every day, a week, or once a month. So we'll start with the book. Okay, so we have green C, number 3. Green C, That's number 3, green C. Sorry? Oh, 39. No. Just green C3.
Oh, we've got a winner up there. Hooray.
Yay! I'll put that in there. Okay. Oh, I've got a slide this way.
Yeah, she'll come up and just give it to you if that's okay.
Here you go.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, so next up is the My Mindfulness box with the deck of cards and a small information book. It's another green C, and it's number 66.
Number 66?
66. Redraw?
We'll give you 5 seconds and then we're redrawing. Green C66, redraw. What's your number? All right, we're going to redraw.
Okay.
You're up fast, your last.
Yep. All right, it's another green C. And this one is 61. Do we have 61 in the house? No?
No, but you can be your MC next year. You're doing a much better job than me.
Oh, okay.
Here, do this one.
All right, so we've got another green C, and it's number 8. Number 8, green C. Woo!
We didn't know, sorry.
No, not that one.
If you want to jump in there. That's okay. There's plenty more prizes.
Hi guys, my name's Lily. I'm from Loving Loudly. We have a stall up the back. We specialise in gift boxes of self-care, also known as self-care delivered, and we have 2 boxes in this raffle today. So, first raffle. Oh, that's all right. They're all green C by the look of it.
Oh, don't spoil it.
All right, green C13. Woohoo! Excellent.
And then we'll get a picture.
Awesome. And green C15. 1-5. Yay! Excellent. And guys, today we have 30% off the full-priced items up at Loving Loudly, so come say hi and subscribe.
Thank you. So if we can have a picture with you, Lily, and some cheese for Kylie. One for Kylie. Oh, we've got the same thing. Yeah, with Lily and Liv. All right, and while morning afternoon tea's going, we're just going to do a rapid round. What's next on the prizes? Yoga mat. So we've got a yoga mat, and it's C13. C13. Was that yours? Oh. Oh, that was the one that was, okay. 13 and 16, yeah. Okay, cool. All right, we've got C62 for the yoga mat. C62. Where's C26? You want to C54 yoga mat? Anyone? Hands up who wants the yoga mat. All right, we're going to have to 1, 2, 3. How many have we got back in? Is it only one we've got? Sorry, you're going to have to fight over it. Let's do that again. C40 for the yoga mat. C42. Okay, C42 at the back. You want to give it? You choose who you give it to. Who's got it? Is it somebody at the back? C47, yoga mat, anyone? Oh, we got C42, okay. C42 there, okay. You can have Rocky Road for the C40 and your boldness for coming down. So where's the Rocky Road one? You can have that for C40. C42. There you go. And Janelle, C42 for the yoga mat. Just over there. Just beside Melissa. C47, who was C47? We've got some origami down here. And next up, we've got a jigsaw, C18. C18. 3, 2, oh, we got C18. Yep. So the lady in the beautiful cream jacket that's coming down there, Leanne. And another jigsaw for C53. We go C53 jigsaw. Cool. So then we've got Cork and Chroma gift pack, C55. C55, lady in the back, with the olivey shirt. And I think we've got 3 more gifts. So does anybody want some phone chargers? We've got some nice, what are they called? Wireless phone chargers, Arafmi branded. Do you want one? You can have one. I'm just not going to pretend to do the tickets anymore. Shove one on that desk and one on there. I think there's one each. If you want any more, email me directly. If there's anybody that can't get them, email me directly for the phone chargers and we'll get some sent to you. And the last prize we've got is the small gift. Is this from the lovely Lily as well? So we've got some stationery and, is it a picnic? And notebooks. C04. Hang on. Should I just have it for myself? C48. Oh, hang on. Now, this is a totally legitimate prize draw. C57. Okay, thank you, everybody. As usual, our prize draw is completely not authorised by any gambling authority and should not be considered to be gambling in any way. Okay, if you can all have a quick afternoon tea break and we'll see you back here in 10 minutes for the rest of the afternoon. Thank you. And for anybody who wants the phone chargers, seriously, email me and we'll send some out. We've got some phone chargers down here, actually. Leanne's got a few, so if you want to come down and grab one.
Sure.
So all they're going to do is use them as a choir and teach them a song and then get them to sing.
Right, but they're going to use this mic?
I think so. They'll use whatever mic we give them.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. We'll just get started in a few minutes. So we've got 5 minutes before you start? 5 minutes until we get started again. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I'll just give you 1 minute to take your seats, please. Or 1.5 minutes if you need it. Okay, just 30 seconds before we come back. Has some people deserted us? So for the people who are sitting at the back, if we've got some spare seats, do you want to bring yourself down a little bit? Upbeat arts are just so fantastic. It would be nice to get closer if you can. For those who are shaking their head and going, don't make me, you've got no obligation to do that at all. If you want to sit where you are, that's great. But I'm going to encourage you to come down if you can. No? So in the spirit of bad jokes, excellent jokes, I've Googled some because my old ones are tired, just while you're all getting settled. And this one's my favourite. What did the grape say when it got crushed? Nothing, it just let out a little whine. Too much? No? Okay. If I can see everybody getting back to their seats. So for the next 20, 25 minutes, we're just going to round off what I think's been a phenomenal day of real engagement and some exciting policy stuff, some really interesting discussions. We're going to round off with Upbeat Arts, and I'll let you come up and introduce yourselves, and then we'll take it from there. You've got about 20, 25 minutes. Cool, okay. If everybody could give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Melissa, this is Richard, and this is Susan. Hi, it's really nice to meet you, fantastic. That arm works, your left arm works, does your right arm work as well? Can you do them both together? Fantastic. So the next thing you're going to do is you're going to stand up. You're going to stand up. Excellent. And then the next thing you're going to do is you're going to walk forward to the front of the room so that we can all work together. I'm going to come down there. You're going to come to me. And if you don't come to me, I will come to you. So don't make me. All right. Now, Mr. Sound Guy, can I relocate this onto the floor? Is that okay? Do you want me to turn it off before I do it? Yes. Oh, he's turned it off. Yay. Okay. Alrighty. So you all came forward. That's fantastic. That's really good. You are probably wondering who we are. Has anybody had anything to do with Upbeat Arts before or heard of us before? There's a couple of people in the room that we know. Irene cries every time she finds out we're on the program. With joy, with utter joy. So we are a not-for-profit organisation. We have the privilege of being funded by Queensland Health, and we provide arts programs for people who live with long-term chronic mental ill health. We believe that everyone has a voice, and we offer programs that give them the opportunity to use those voices, and those programs are creative writing. Our program's called Word on the Street, very catchy, we like that. We also have a songwriting program. We have a wonderful person who works with the team to write original songs, and they just recently performed one at our annual concert during Mental Health Week last week. And then we have 2 choirs, not one, we have 2, which is really exciting. We have been working in this space for 8 years. We are 8 years old in October. And yay, happy birthday to us. All right, should we get them to sing happy birthday? Oh, let's do that one instead. No, I'm just kidding. So we started a second choir this year, and they had their first major performance last week, and it was fantastic. I feel like there's a real echo. I feel very echoey, but that's okay, I guess. Is that all right? Okay, excellent. So why are we here? We're here to tell you stories, make you cry, and get you singing. That's what we're here to do. All right, so just take a moment to ingest that, and we'll get started. When I think of the work that you do and being in a room with amazing carers this afternoon, 2 words come to mind. I rehearsed this, I hope I can remember the words. But I was thinking about it earlier today. Vital and challenging. Absolutely what you do is so important. We can't do what we do without people like you. I have a little bit of experience being a carer for a family member, and I know how challenging that is. So we applaud you for everything that you do, and I know that you make a massive difference in the lives of many people around you. We also know that the lives of people that provide support and care to people that need it can be incredibly long and challenging. So we want to provide you with an experience today that's going to just blow the cobwebs, lift the blinds, and make you feel fantastic. And we hope that you will make opportunities to sing or do something for yourself beyond this afternoon. Yes, that's right, you're going to sing. How do you feel about that? Yeah. Excellent, that's exciting. If you're standing there thinking, oh my goodness, no, I can't sing, everyone can sing, everyone has a voice. It's not about whether you do it really well, it's just about doing it and having a great time doing it. There's amazing research that says that just the act of singing can increase increase your endorphins. Thank you, word just kind of left my mind. Increases your endorphins, decreases your stress hormone, and just basically makes life better. So that's what we're going to do. The first thing I'm going to get you to do is just stretch. Have a bit of a stretch. You've been sitting for some of today. Stretch in a way that makes you feel fantastic. Be careful that your hand doesn't meet somebody else's face. That's never good. But just have a quick stretch. Stretch up, stretch out, stretch down. Excellent. All right, fantastic. Take a nice big deep breath in for me. And breathe out. Cool. Who's running the slides? Who's running the slides? The man at the back. Excellent. All right. Let's see how we go. Somebody's on it. All right. So we can work without slides. The next thing we're going to do is we're just going to have a little bit of a shake. Can we have some shaky music, please? All right. Cool. So there's a picture of Upbeat Arts. While you're having a bit of a shake, that's our first choir. All right, we've stretched, and now we're shaking. And we'll come back and I'll tell stories later. All right, so shake up. So we're shaking up high, shaking out to the side, shaking down. We're going to do that again. Up, out, and down. We're going to shake forward, and we're going to shake backwards. We're just going to get the blood going, right? Shake. This is your freestyle. Shake any way it feels good. Shake. Shake. All right. Shake. And we're going to leave you feeling really unfinished and finish here. Good job. Excellent. All right. Okay. Now, singers, we take everything seriously. Right, Susan? We take everything seriously. So we like a good warm-up. So we're going to introduce you to one of our favourite warm-ups. Our choir likes this. It's very serious. Show me your serious faces. Excellent. You do that really well. I did that really well too. Okay, cool. So can we have the next slide, please? All right. Oh, wrong one. Keep going. Excellent. Here's one I prepared earlier. Can you read that? Excellent. All right. Can you read it? Excellent. Good. So can I just grab that glass of water for a second behind you? Thank you. Ta. All right, just a little bit dry. I think I'm a little bit nervous about being in front of all of you. Okay, so this is how this goes. Can everybody read it? Hands up if you can read it. Excellent. This is how this goes. My dog, he can do the can better than my cat can, but my, hang on, goldfish finds it very difficult. Oh, my dog, he can do the can better than my cat can, but my goldfish finds it very... Your turn, here we go. My cat, he can do the can better than my cat can, but my goldfish finds it very difficult. Oh, my dog, he can do the can better than my cat can, but my goldfish finds it very hard. Excellent. You are quick studies. That's fantastic. That's only half of the warm-up, though. Here's the rest of the warm-up. Are you ready? I think maybe we should just get you to do it with us, right? So you just have to make the sounds of the animals now. Ready? Here we go. And my woof, he can do the can better than my meow can, but my finds it very difficult. Oh, my woof, he can do the can better than my meow can, but my finds it very hard. You're right. There's no sound that accompanies goldfish. You just have to make goldfish faces. Everyone make a goldfish face. Excellent. Fantastic. I need 3 new animals. Rhonda, 1. Camel. Excellent. I need 2 more one-syllable animals. Irene. Oh, can I have a one-syllable? Pig. All right, so we've got pig and horse, pig, horse, and camel. All right, now camels spit. I don't know what sound they make. So in view of the fact that we're in the pandemic, please keep your spit to yourself. But you can have fun freestyling a camel sound. You can make a camel, I don't know what a camel does. Do they? Something like that? They do, actually. So have fun with that. But we know how my horse, he can do the can better than my pig can, but my camel finds it very difficult. Are you ready? Everyone say for me, horse, pig, camel. And again, horse, pig, camel, go. Horse, pig, camel. We've got it? Excellent. 1, 2, 3, and my horse, he can do the can better than my pig can, but my camel finds it very difficult. Oh, my horse, he can do the can better than my pig can, but my camel finds it. All right, here are the sounds. My he can do the can better than my can, but my finds it very difficult. Oh, my he can do the can better than my can, but my finds it very hard. There's always one in that where I don't even really know what I'm doing. I'm just making up any kind of sound. And that was my camel sound. Well done, you. Good job. That's not the end, though. All right, may we have the next slide, please? Who is... Ooh, slide, anytime. Who is... Maybe this could be a very, very short singing workshop. Okay, I don't know what's going on. All right, so we're just going to assume that that's going to work at some point. Who's a Dragon fan? Who's a Dragon fan? Anybody? Who can name this tune? Yes, April Sun in Cuba, fantastic. So what we're going to do is we're going to teach you some harmony and we're going to learn to sing that song. And hands up if you can see all of those words and read them. If you can't read them, come closer. Hopefully you can read them. I'm going to have trouble with that. I'm going to have to take the mic out of the stand and have a look, but that's okay. That's all right. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to break ourselves up into 3 groups and we are going to learn some harmony. Oh no, it's so hard. No, it's really not. So we're going to sing. Do 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 do. That's one of them. Do 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 do. If you've got a low voice, that's you. Do do do. Then we've got this one. Do 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 do. Doesn't get much harder than that, right? So what I need you to do is arrange yourselves. If you think you've got a high voice, you're over here. If you've got a middle voice and you want to sing the middle part, you're there, a low voice over here. I can tell you what's about to happen. Everyone will go here. But what I'd love you to do is come over here as well, because they're not very high. All right. Do 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 do. That's you. Here we go. Do 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 do. Nice work. Keep doing that. Middle part. Do 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 do. Bottom part. Here we go. Do 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 do. Look at you singing in 3 parts. It only took what, a minute? Good work. Hands up if you're singing the top part. Good. Let's sing that together. Do 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 do. Keep singing. Make sure you breathe. Middle part. Hands up. Do 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 do. Good. Bottom part. Here we go. Do 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 do. All right, then we go into the verse. Here we go. Everyone singing the verse. I'm tired. Oh no, hang on, stop. Stop. There's something wrong with this picture. You cannot sing this song unless you imagine you're in the pub holding a beer and moving. All right? Now, you don't necessarily have to hold a drink, but you do have to move. The music makes you want to move, right? So sway, move in a way that makes you feel like, you know, it's summer and you want to be in the April sun somewhere in Cuba doing something fun. Here we go. I'm tired of the city life. Summer's on the run. You got to sound raucous. You're in a pub. People tell me I should stay, but I got to get my son. So don't try to hold me back. There's nothing you can say. Snake eyes on a pair of dice, and I got to go today. All right, take me to the April sun in Cuba. Whoa, good. Take me where the April sun won't treat me so right. So right. Good job. Now, I think there's a harmony that should go in that chorus, right? I think we need to go back and just add the harmony to the chorus, yeah? So the melody is this, and now you get to choose. There's only 2 sets of notes that happen in this chorusy bit, and that chorus bit is, take me where the April, take me to the April sun in Cuba. Whoa, all right? So the second harmony, the harmony part, will go like this. Take me to the April sun in Cuba. Whoa! Who wants to sing that with me? Here we go. Take me where the April sun won't treat me so right. So right. Okay. Who's doing that harmony with me? Hands up. Who thinks it's way too hard for them? Hands up. Who didn't put their hand up? Hands up. Right. Okay. So everyone who didn't put their hand up, you're singing with me. See what happens? All right. Here we go. Here we go. Take me to the April sun in Cuba. Whoa. Take me where the April suns won't treat me so right. So right. All right, everyone who didn't put their hand up and then had to sing that harmony, how did you go? Did it sound all right? Excellent. Wave at me if that's what you're singing. Fantastic. Everybody else is singing the melody. So we're going to do that together now. We're going to do that chorus, right? So take me or take me. 1, 2, here we go. Take me to the April sun in Cuba. Whoa. Good job. Take me where the April sun's gonna treat me so right. So right. Good. Now you all look like you've been sitting at a conference all day. You're very still. You look a little serious. You need to look like rock stars. Show me your best rock star pose. That's one I prepared earlier. All right. Have you got a rock star pose? No? Okay. Sometimes it works when I put him on the spot, sometimes it doesn't. But he's an amazing, amazing accompanist and piano player and musician. All right. Have you got that harmony? Yes, nod your heads and say yes. We've got that harmony. We feel excited about singing that harmony. That's as hard as this gets, right? Doesn't get any harder. Is anybody seeing this or singing it for the first time today? Right, Irene, you're doing a fabulous job. All right. And you are doing a fabulous job as well. So, by the end of it, you will know it. Sorry? You know this song? No, that's what I meant. All right, so let's go back to the beginning. We're going to start with our harmonies. So, do 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 do. Here we go, middle part. Do 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 do. Bottom part. Here we go. Do 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 do. You're right. It's all the same note. Do 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 do. We're going to go around that again. Do 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 do. First verse. Here we go. I'm tired of the city life. Summer's on the run. People tell me that I should stay, but I got to get my son. You're doing an awesome job. Keep doing it. So don't try to hold me back. There's nothing you can say. I can't wait to get to paradise, and I got to get today. Hey, take me to the April sun in Cuba. Whoa, good, you're standing too still. Take me where the April sun gonna treat me so right, so right. Good, we're going back to our doot-doos. Ready? Do-do-do-do. Next verse, here we go. I can almost smell the perfumed nights and see the starry sky. You're coming with me, baby, 'cause right before my eyes, see Castro in the alleyway, talking about Miss I Love, talking about JFK and the way he shook him up. Here we go. Take me to the April sun right. Yep, that's exactly it. Do your doo-doos. Do. Go around one more time. Well done. Good job. Give yourselves a big round of applause. That was amazing. I bet you didn't think you were coming to sing today, did you? Hands up if you didn't think you'd have to sing today. Hands up if you've never sung in public before. Hands up if you didn't put your hands up. Oh, okay. Fantastic. We might leave you with a little story. How much time do we have? A couple of minutes. All right. So, how about we all get comfy in our seats? That was amazing. Well done. Good on you for just jumping in and doing it. Singing is sometimes that thing that polarizes rooms, and people generally believe that they can't sing. And I think we just proved that everybody can sing. If we have a speaking voice, we have a singing voice. That's our singing voice. So we have a couple of stories that we love to tell. In fact, we have quite a number of stories from the people that we work with. We'd show you that picture again, but it's proving a little bit difficult to get back there. So I'm just going to share the story of Gary, who's been with us for, there's a picture. He's in there somewhere. Gary's been with us since almost the beginning. Almost the beginning. So as I said, we've been running for 8 years. And when Gary came to us, he really didn't want to live anymore. Life had been so difficult over a lengthy period of time that it was really time, he thought, to take himself out. But his doctors suggested that he get involved with the choir. And he came along that first week and he's been with us ever since. So that's nearly 8 years. Adrian, in our new choir in the north side, we rehearse at Wavell Heights on a Wednesday. Adrian tells a very similar story, that he was a couple of weeks away from ending his own life. He ended up in care as a result of that. And the people that were looking after him suggested that he come along and try the choir, which he did, and he's been with us since the beginning now. And he got up at a very public performance on Friday and shared his story very openly, which was really wonderful. You are so welcome. I have to actually tell Irene that we cry a lot. I am known for crying halfway through a song, and thankfully I have my back to everybody in the audience, so no one knows except the people in front of me who are trying to sing and not cry while I cry. We often talk about the fact that this is the best work that we do. I know from my own personal experience that when I walk into our rehearsals on a Wednesday or a Friday morning, it doesn't matter what's happening in my life, all of a sudden I'm greeted by people whose lives are significantly worse than mine. And that just is a great perspectivizer. Don't check that in the dictionary. It's not really a word, but it's a word that I like to use. It really changes your perspective. The other story that I'll just leave you with is Nerida, who has been with us since day one. Nerida has, she has a dissociative disorder, which means she has how many parts? She has over 200 parts. If you're familiar with DID, she has over 200 parts. And we sometimes get to see those parts in rehearsals and performances, but I've never witnessed anyone with so much fight in her to not let it take control. She will tell you that before she joined the choir, she used to be hospitalised up to 11 months in any year, and she hasn't been hospitalised once since she joined choir. And I know that sounds like it's too good to be true, but it's true. That's the power of community, and that's the power of community music making. And what we do is we meet them where they are, we teach them new skills, we treat them like people, we don't treat them like illnesses or conditions. And we expect them to grow and change and be better and learn skills. And because we expect that, I think that's what we see every week. Lastly, before we go, we are constantly amazed at the response when we take them to perform. Before COVID, we would perform 15 times a year. It's starting to get back to there. But people often who've hired us expect us to be, pretty ordinary, expect them to be pretty ordinary because they have a mental illness. Oh, sad. And they are constantly amazed at how good they are. And we love that. Mental illness, as you well know, I know I'm preaching to the choir. See what I did there? Mental illness is no respecter of persons, and it doesn't mean we can't live full, happy lives, and it doesn't mean we can't learn new things. But sometimes there's still a stigma out in the community that says, oh, poor you. Your life or you are less than. And we see every time they perform how people are surprised and shocked and dumbfounded and aghast at how professional and how wonderful they sound. We are always looking for new people to join our choir. So if you know someone or care for someone who you think might benefit, please let us know. Please get in touch. We would love to welcome them to the choir. Thank you so much for everything you do and for having us this afternoon. It's been a pleasure to be with you.
I was promised that I wouldn't cry, that there wouldn't be anything to make me cry in that one. Thank you for destroying my trust. Thank you so much for that. I did share, and I'm going to swear while I share this story. I've seen Upbeat Arts many times, and I was sitting at a PHN South AGM a few years ago. I was sitting next to this wonderful woman from the Pharmacy Guild. I'd known her for a while in a very professional capacity, and I saw on the agenda that Upbeat Arts were there, and I went, fuck. She went, and I went, I'm going to cry. I cry every time I see them, and I don't have any tissues. So she just went, I've got some, I've got your back, mate. And that was it, and I did, and I cried the whole way through it and then had to leave because it was embarrassing. But thank you. You do a wonderful job at promoting and supporting recovery, having a place to belong for people, treating people as equals, because that's who everybody is, but providing a safe space to let people flourish and grow. And it's not average. It's not just growing as a person. The talent and the skill that comes from Upbeat Arts is phenomenal. So thank you very much for that and for making the time to come today. I don't forgive you for making me sing, but we're going to have to work on that as well. So that's the end of our session today, and I hope we ended the forum well with that. I want to thank everybody for coming, and customary, and the team hate this when I do it, but I'm going to do it anyway. Ivan said, well done, Irene, today. John said the same. It is not me. It's absolutely not me. I get the privilege of attending some meetings and making my voice heard, but it all comes from the team. They're the ones that do the hard work. They're the ones that are consistent, stable, steady. They're the whole time. Sometimes I frustrate them because I don't always get things right. But they do a phenomenal job. So I'm going to get you all to come up. Come on, let me come. Leanne. Gillian, do you want to join us as students? Come on. Julie, do you want to say something?
Well, thank you, everyone. I really just also want to say a quick thank you to all these wonderful people who really put a lot of work in today to make it all happen for you guys. We're missing Ben. Oh, well, we'll make him pay for that later. But yes, thank you. And I hope you had a good day.
Thank you, everyone. Phenomenal job. Well done today for bringing all of that together. Absolutely great work. Thank you. Before we go, just any quick questions, comments, or anything that you want to take us back. We will gather all the information about the systems advocacy, respite, and regional engagement. And I think what I heard especially from the table down here is we need to be having more conversations about that. So we'll go away and work out how best we do that to get more people to talk, as long as you need to talk without time limits. But does anybody have any comments or questions before we end for the day? Yep. Oh, that's okay, you're welcome. Thank you. Thanks. All good? All right, perfect. Safe home, everybody. Have a safe journey. Let us know if you need anything, and take care till next time. Thank you.